pump just keeps running, trying to run. I was afraid it was going to burn the pump.
Oh, yeah.
But then this morning,
Yeah, I'm getting it set up.
I think it was
Almost,
just kind
almost.
of marginal. And reset the alarm, and then the power glitched off. And when that happens, the alarm goes off again. And, just nuisance.
Did you say Lawson?
She said Lawson.
Yeah, at the bottom it says BR information, brlawson.com.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
At the bottom of 96.
Yeah, at least on the summary page.
Oh, taxpayer evidence just popped in.
Yep. Sure enough.
There we go.
Which one are we doing?
Lawson is the tax consultant. Higgins is the name.
We need
Okay.
to open the meeting going.
Yeah. Are we?
Are we ready?
Yes, it's recording.
Okay.
Is the thing? Oh, the microphone.
Yes.
Chairman, for the record, can you indicate we didn't have anything prior to this because we're starting at 9 o'clock?
Right. Opening the meeting of the Appraisal Review Board. It is May the 25th at 9 o'clock. We are opening the meeting an hour later because we did not have any protesters. On the table are Robert Dayton, Bill Duck, Scott Waggett, and myself, Charlie Powers. You ready for the first hearing?
I need the affidavit. I guess this is the affidavit here. Yeah, it is. I can read the affidavit into the record.
Okay.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Wait a minute. We're getting ahead of ourselves here.
Oh, sorry.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-96, account 55360. This hearing is being recorded with the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing the protest today. This is by affidavit. We do not work for the Appraisal District. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code 41.45, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I will begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Waggett, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. The affidavit is under oath for the protester, and the district representative is already sworn in. He will now read the affidavit into the record.
Hey, my name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly, well, I've already sworn in. Yeah. I'm going to read the affidavit from B.R. Lawson in regard to the subject property. Should have it. Okay. So, B.R. Lawson Company, Property Tax Consultants LLC, 5600 Northwest Central Suite 100, Houston, Texas 77292. The phone number is listed there. The date of this is 5/13/2021. Protest by affidavit. Aransas County Appraisal District 11, Business Highway 35 North Bypass, Rockport, Texas 7382. R.E. Higgins, Glenn H. Account 360. It is 302 St. Andrews, apartment G-202. The 2021 value hearing. Please accept this affidavit in place of my personal appearance for the hearing scheduled on the above referenced account. Our opinion of value is 111,000,000. Through our research of sales, we were able to find sales that occurred throughout 2020 that indicate significantly lower value. They are listed in the county evidence and listed below. They will also be included with this affidavit. PID, and I'm going to list them, 55344, 55314, 55294, 55300, 55287, 55312. The square footages are 1029, 1080, 1080, 1080, 1080, 1080. Respectively, the sale prices are 124,620, 126,900, 120,807, 95,000, 108,000, 92,000. Based on these sales, that the subject is smaller than all of these except one, we feel that the value should be put at 111,000. Thank you for your time and consideration to this matter, and ask to have that the valuation of this property be stated as above. Respectfully, Michael Howard, property tax consultant, B.R. Lawson and Company. I swear or affirm that the facts and the information contained in this affidavit and attachments are true and correct to the best of my knowledge, and it's signed by Michael Howard. Sworn and subscribed before me, the undersigned on this authority on the 13th day of May, Michael Howard. And the signature, it says my commission expires on 8/14 of 22. It's interesting that, okay, I'm just going to read it. I'll bring this up later. I'm just going to read all of the thing. The very next page is 6 sales, square feet that are listed, and the sale prices. And this is written on the property card of the subject property. And it says opinion of value 111,000. That's in blue ink on that page. On the next one, you can see the highlighted, like the second one that they have here is a highlighted one. The second cell, and that appears to be the very first one that they have, that 1,029 square feet. You go to the next page and there's another one that's 1,080 square feet. And they've listed that one as 126,900 sale price. On the next page, they picked another one for 120,000. On the next page, they picked 2 more, one for 95 and one for 108. This next one is on the next page is for 92,000. And then they have the account number, like the pictometry imagery. It's kind of blacked out, but that's what they have on the next page. On the next one, they actually have our sales grid. I don't think there's any markings on here, but this is our sales grid. And then the next page is the continuation of our sales grid. On the next page is the comp equity grid. And then the next page after that is the continuation of the comp equity grid. And therein lies the subject property owner's affidavit of evidence.
Your sales and comp equity grid are all units in that complex?
I haven't,
No, you haven't.
I haven't gone to my cross-examination or presentation yet. I'll give you. I'm ready to do cross-examination. The very first thing I'd like to point out is that it's interesting to me that the affidavit at the very top is dated is dated 5/13, and they have the sales indicated at 111,000. I don't know if that's just an average. Is that how they arrived at that?
I was wondering the same thing.
111 in my cross-examination time, I'll use some of this time. If you have 126.9 plus the lowest is 92,000 divided by 2. That comes to 109. So the midpoint of all of those sales is 109,450. I guess they didn't say how they went into that.
How they got to 111.
The average for those is 111,221.
Okay. That's their evidence of what they presented. So I guess I'll go into my evidence. On what you have here is Gardens of Lakeside. Go to next. We have 130,000, 360, 390, and what you have is just the unit. I think it's Unit G, Building G, Unit 202. Some of these units are backing up to certain areas. They get a little better price. This one's at 125% for that particular overall neighborhood. So there's nothing specific that I can see thus far, just to the building itself. How many square feet? Go back. How many square feet?
1,029.
Yeah, 1,029 is what we have here. It's a two bedroom, two bath flat is what we see. Go next. This is the unit right here, the entire unit. These are the sales that we have that you can see that are really fresh. The two, like you have 140 and 140 are the sales. They're super fresh because they're January of 21, January of 21. So they're like, although the subject property owner's agent brought in all the others, those were a little more, they're a little older. I'll point that out later. There are differences, of course. All of these went through some kind of renovation for the storm, and you can see that the similar adjustments are here: 86, 2006, 86, 2006. This is 16. Maybe this one's to a little better degree on the inside or something like that. You can see that those values are indicated 134, 711, 133, 121 compared to the subject. This last one, again, super fresh sale. This is 3/3 of 21. So it really tells you what the market value on January 1 of 2021 is. This one, again, is 135. It's looking at the differences between this and the subject here.
Well, why, can you explain the comp, there's two MA 540s, is that?
Those would be up-down units.
Yeah,
Two-story units.
Yeah,
Okay.
and sometimes people like a flat, rather than, or they don't. You know, the market really tells us, we don't tell it. But this is one in which it's 1080, but it's an up and down unit. Or, you know, you have an MA or MA, or they're both MAs. I'd have to look at this one.
Yeah, and back on the previous page, the comp two was the same.
Yeah, go back,
the
go
same
back.
way.
Yeah, go back.
I guess.
Yeah, see, this one's just a straight.
Yeah,
I
well, that's the subject.
Yeah, that's the subject. This is a 2x2 flat. I'd have to look to see if it's a 2-story or not. I'd have to actually look into one of these. Let me continue on and finish up with my equity. It is both equity and
Yes.
market and equity.
Yeah.
So from an equity standpoint, we try to pull the exact same stuff. So 1029, 1029, 1029, 130, 390, 130, 390, 130, 390. Go to next. 1020, 1029, 1029, 130, 390, 130, 390. So, you know,
Same effective.
Yeah, yeah. Other units that are like this, if you want, and in the investigation part, and this is not part of my presentation, but if you want to know the difference between the 504 and the 504, I can show you that.
Please.
Yes? Can you pull up one of those other comps that are the 504? And this is per the direction of the ARB. They want to know the difference. And that's one of the units. Yeah, there's the first and second. So one on top of one another. Some people don't like to do that. And there's a minor market reaction to that. So
You can see it's structurally done. The difference.
So that's all we have. The property owner's agent obviously has brought you other information, you know. But the thing that's most important about our information, if you go back, Damon, to the sales grid, you notice that all of these sales are super fresh sales. They're not going back at the beginning of March of 20. They're looking at March of 21. These are, you know, the first two sales were January of 21. These are really indicative of what the market is going on right now. And although these are a little bit bigger, yeah, but they're also the split units that people don't like as much. Again, it is what it is. I mean, this one sold for 140. It's a split unit. This one's a flat over here. It's a 2x2. You know, the subject. I don't have. I guess we could look at one of those other sales and see if one of those other sales that the subject property's owner's agent presented to see if there's a 1029 flat, but it's going to be a little bit older. But I'm well, we could actually see it because it's part of my evidence. I don't know how much time left. Pull my evidence back up. Just go to the sales ratio.
Yeah, I'm not typing here.
What do we?
I don't see on the property owner's evidence the dates of these sales. Where am I?
Yeah, they're always.
Oh, there we go. There I see it.
They're always right here. Like they'll be right here. So this is like a 1/1 of 20 sale. So this would have been indicative of last year's value. But again, I don't know if this is one of the ones that he highlighted. Can you look on his evidence and see if this is, which is 55287? Is that in his list?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Okay, so this would have been a sale. It's a sale. It's a sale, but it's a sale of 1/1 of 20. And you can see this one sold 9/22/20. I don't even know if that's country club. That's something different. But this one's, you know, a sale. This is a sale. Let's see. This is a 1080 sale. Let's see if we can find a 1029.
55344 is a 1029.
August of 2020.
Another one October of 2020.
Pull that up. Yeah. You're moving too fast. Just tell me when to stop. Because I can't look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, these are different condos. There's a bunch of them that are different condos. What was the PID you were looking for? 55 what?
55344.
Well, you could look at the bottom of the page of his evidence and
You're looking for one that was 1,080?
1,029. I don't know if any of the ones that he selected were 1,000. The first one was, it looks like,
Yeah, that's that 55344.
That's,
page 10 of 36. Page 10. Ten of 36. Just for comparison purposes, you can know what a 1029 is.
Huge separation.
There it is. Okay.
5534.
Okay. So this is a 1029. This sold in August of 20, right here. Okay. So it's like the subject from the two bedroom flat, just like, so is there a market difference? We're gonna find out. This one sold for 124,000. 124,620, just like the subject. It's definitely not, in my opinion, it's definitely not 111. There's a market difference. Furthermore, the sales towards January 1 of 2021 are pushing higher because those are selling closer to 140. And it appears that people like these better than they do the others. But
I thought the more recent sales were all 1080
they're all 1080. They're all the ones.
upstairs, downstairs.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are selling.
Well, they're the most recent sales that we have. We don't have a 1029 sale like this year.
So
This is the newest or the freshest 1029 sale that we have. Sold for 124,620. That's the freshest one that we have. Yeah. And that's all that we have. Welcome any questions you might have.
it's a good conference. It's a little over.
Sorry?
It's a good conference. It's a little over August of 20.
Yeah, either the 1029s don't sell as often. They're not as popular, or
May not be as many of them.
people
Why they don't sell.
people hold on to them longer because they like them.
Yeah. Seems like the district's equity grid is very tight.
Yeah.
It's the sales grid, certainly the 133.90 is supported by the 134.711 average sales. It seemed like this might be a case just in general, things that sell in this complex. What is the inside look like? Nice ones sell for more, sure. Ones that haven't been remodeled sell for less. We don't know what this one is like.
This one sold for 124,620.
I could, yeah,
I'm inclined to go 125.
that's just exactly what I was thinking too. We'll mark it down a little bit. give them the benefit of a doubt for what the interior looks like.
Yeah.
And I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
I'm not gonna vote. I'm not voting since I wasn't here for the whole discussion.
Okay.
The equity grid has them all at 130, at 133 million.
Yeah.
Okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion on case ID 2021-96, account number 55360. When it comes to Q1, incorrect appraised market value, or Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, that we, board will reduce the appraised value from 130,390 to 125,000.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed.
Do we have any others?
I think at 10, we have an affidavit that's like, we have an affidavit, basically. So whether they come in or they've already signed an affidavit, so it'll be read into the account regardless.
Yeah, but we have to wait till 10:15.
That's correct.
Anybody come in on this?
This is the first one we've done today. Yeah, nobody showed up, but Val had
Yeah, this much.
I think we're down.
Yeah.
I was screaming to get out the door so I could get everybody through. Like, man, I want to be the last guy here. Thank you, Kathy.
I have an excuse.
We do, we all do.
That's it.
So we're done until 10?
Yes.
What do we have now?
Yeah, we're done till 10.
Do we have a phone hearing at 10?
That has an affidavit, so
But
we
they have
have
an
it for
affidavit.
sure.
Yeah.
at 10.
So they have a phone hearing, so they've sent in their phone affidavit, but they've also got an affidavit behind it in case they don't show
Oh, okay.
or call it. Bill, how you doing?
Good, Lyle.
How are you?
Okay. Walking in the back. This is Mr. Kirk.
Oh my God.
Do we need to pay Jeremy?
You got to sit right here. Yes, sir. I'm gonna get it.
Good morning.
Morning, man, y'all scaring me, too many people.
Yeah.
I've never done this before, and I feel like I'm in court.
Case number is 173 for Michael Curry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Curry?
All right. That's why it is wording.
Mr. Curry? We have some, it's been distributed, that we need to go through courtesy of the government. We're opening a hearing on case ID number 2021-173, account 15665. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. The board is the five of us around the table. Michael is the appraisal district representative. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. We do appreciate it if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. And that'll be something you get in the mail after this is over. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence in the system.
I gave it to her this morning, I don't have a whole lot.
You gave it to the ladies out there?
She scanned it and put it into the
That's
system.
perfect, thank you. ARB members who are considering a protest and not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
Do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41-66.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Mr. Curry, you have an oath there.
Yes. I, Michael Curry, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Michael Clare. Do solemnly swear that the testimony shall be you work with the correct?
Mr. Curry, are you a licensed appraiser?
No, sir.
You have on this sheet of paper right there, the procedure that we're going to follow. You get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first. Which would you like to do?
I'm fine with going for, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'll go first.
Okay.
All right.
I don't have a whole lot to present, so I can do it first.
All right. In that case,
So you'll have different times according to the chart that's in front of you, so.
okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, so
Communication.
never having done this in my 7 years on this earth, I'm kind of new at it, but the only thing I'm really arguing here is the value y'all putting on those two structures that are out there. I would have argued it last year, but the title company, when I bought the property in 19, sent the deed to a wrong address, which I'm assuming y'all sent the tax sheet to the wrong address. So I never got anything. And in December, I just called over here. They told me how much taxes I owed and I paid it. But I would probably argued it last year.
Okay.
But so I don't know how far back I can go on this thing, but I would have argued it last year. Y'all have a value on the buildings. This year, you're taking them up to $50,000. What you see up here, I went to the same people that put the buildings up and I got a today's price, what it would cost me. I mean, it's basically an RV cover and a little garage structure that has nothing inside of it, whatever. So the prices for the two buildings, if I was to build them today, would be like $19,500. Y'all got a $50,000 value on it. I'm in the construction business, so I know what the cost of concrete would cost. And it'd be about 1,600 foot of concrete, and I'm pouring concrete for $5 a foot. So add $8,000 for the concrete, $17,000 for the buildings. I'm at a $25,000 value, and we value it at $50,000. The land property, I don't know. The land property is going way up. I have some more property over in San Patricio that I've already protested because it went up too. I'm assuming it's a thing around here that all the land values are going up. I don't have enough information to argue the land value. I don't know why it went up. Nothing was done to it. It was still exactly like when I bought it. So it went up. I think it went up about $18,000 on the land value. So that's about 25%, I guess, an increase just on the land value. I really don't have anything to justify. I didn't go out and spend a whole lot of time. I still work for a living, so I don't have a lot of time to research it. My biggest argument would be the building values that I just don't see $50,000 on these buildings when I can build them. I mean, I got the proof of what, that's at today's price. So it's not like it's a 5-year-old number. It's today's number. I went to the same people that built it and got me a price to build the same two buildings. And that's about it on my end. That's about all I can say. Like I said, I would have argued the $40,000 last year, but I never got my tax paper, so I was just kind of stuck with it. So.
Okay, anything else?
No, that's basically it. I'm done.
Okay. All right, Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Right. Just to clear something up, sir. You would never receive a notice of appraised value because you weren't the owner of record at the time the notices went out, like in April of last year. You bought it like
I bought it in June.
You bought it in June.
June of 19 is when I bought it. Okay.
June of 20.
I mean, the 20.
Yeah, June of 20. And I just want to verify that you paid $149,000 for the property.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we currently have 142.
Yep.
Okay. Just making that clear.
But I've never had I've owned lots of property through my years, and I've never had property taxed at what I pay for.
That's exactly the way it works. Is you should be at market value. So just like everybody else. So let me go into my information here. So the subject property did sell for $149,000 just this last year. We currently have it at $142,000. This board will be reminded that I made a statement that the subject property's sale is absolutely relevant in all cases. If it's lower, it's relevant. If it's higher, it's relevant. In this case, it's higher, it's relevant. But more importantly, how close are we to that number? Are we treating it equitably in regard to other properties? The answer is yes. So the subject property is at 142, paid 149. Are we being fair? Yeah, we're lower than what the subject sold for. This is the subject property right here. It has not only the carport, and he brings up a real good point, like what does this stuff cost? And then what's the market reaction in a sales comparison? What is that in the marketplace? This is what it costs, but this is what people are buying it for. It's not the cost value, it's the sales comparison approach. So what you have here is the subject property.
Sorry.
Yeah, go on. This is the subject property. It's sold for $149. brings up a real good point about the land, like what is land in this area selling for? Just so happens I had a land sale that sold for 92.5. You'll notice that the subject property land value that we have, the land value is 92,180. So we're right there as far as the land value. We're really tight on this schedule. The price that we have on the property with other sales in that area, the median price is 146. So this value supports the value that we have at the 142. Okay. Moving on to this is just another house sale. You have to like really diminish this one. There's a big adjustment on this one. It's not as good as the first two sales. The first sale is the subject. The second sale is the land, just to confirm the land value in that area. Moving on to equity. How are we treating people in this area? You'll note that this is Cocoa Ridge Road, but it's really on the back side of it, it's Dead Ends Drive. So what is this other one on Dead Ends Drive? 92,180. What is this land value? 92,180. What is that land value? 93,290. This one right here, you have a land value of 95,500. So they're all slightly different square footages or whatever, but the purported the purported value that we have in comparison to the subject is exactly what it is. It's the 142 and change. So I got 142,464. I got 142,770. It's exactly where it should be because you round to the nearest $10 increment. That's my case.
All right. Mr. Curry, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal, and
So my only question would be, if that's what y'all use, I have it with me, I can see already. But why was it only valued at 114 last year? That changed.
Yeah, that's a great question. Remember the first statement I made that when the notices went out, we weren't aware of your sale at that time. You were not only your sale, but that other land sale was a market driver from 20 to 21. So we're talking about 21 value. Great question.
Yeah, I know the lot right next to me sold for 95. That's why I said I'm not arguing the land. I just argue the value they put on the buildings.
Yeah, for sure.
So now, presenting yours, I don't have nothing else to go with out there.
okay.
Like I said, first time I've done it, I just know what the value of the buildings are. I just don't know why I'm taxed $50,000 on buildings that I can build for $20,000.
Yeah, it's the difference between cost value and sales. It's a simple answer.
So,
Okay, so a minute if you need it. Okay, Mike,
nothing else.
you got district rebuttal?
I'm really happy with our grids. Not only we're from a market value standpoint, it's really tight, but we're not over assessing on this one. From an equity standpoint, it's infinitely exactly where it should be. The real telltale is the land value in that area. You know, I got 92.5. The subject property owner says it sold for 95, even 2,500 more than what we have in our data set. So, yeah, I think the value's correctly appraised.
Okay. Mr. Curry, you have 1 minute for closing. Anything else you want to say, or?
No, I guess it's related to taxes, not related to the rebuttal. I don't have a rebuttal.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask y'all a question while I'm here about the property.
You
I
can
guess
ask
it could affect taxes. So.
Yeah,
I
yes, sir.
didn't call because I'm gonna be 70 this year. My only residence, I don't have another place of residence, that's it. So I can't claim exemption because they said you can't do it with an RV on the place.
No, sir.
And you can't do nothing on the over 65 just because it's an RV.
No, unless you're a disabled vet. Are you a disabled vet?
No.
Okay. Then you would have to have a MA, which is a main living space that you could attach what's called a residence homestead to. At which time then you would be eligible for both a homestead and an over 65 exemption.
So what is the main living space that you have?
Just like a little cab. I mean, just like the stuff you see across the street or right down the
So
road.
if it's a
living
if
structure.
I attached the building that was up there and put bedroom, bath, and all of that, is
Yeah.
it considered living?
Yeah, if you had a little house that was a.
Attached ornamentum.
Yeah,
Call
yeah,
it ornamentum.
yeah. They're building them like crazy right now.
Yeah, I mean, everybody is. So,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. We would add the value of whatever that was,
yeah,
and then
when
you would be
go to
eligible
next
for.
year because I am building.
Oh, okay,
So
there you
next
go.
year, I know my price. That's why I'm arguing this year because I know it's going up next year.
There you
And
go.
I should be able to claim exemption if I have a living space.
If you have your driver's license that matches this situs,
I've already sent
if
it
it's
in.
complete on the first of any given year, so if you're done by the end of 20, or the beginning
It'll
of
be done,
22,
it'll be done this by summertime.
there you go. There you go. Yeah, you just apply for it after it's complete. And so about January of next year, you come in and say, here's my thing, and here we are.
Okay. Does it have to be a full blown house or is it?
I don't have the answer to that. You have to go
I
to
pulled
either.
on the internet, I looked everywhere.
Yeah,
It
the
doesn't
county,
tell
and
me.
the,
It
yeah, the
just says-
county and the city, they're the ones that determine the building, like what you can and can't build. So I can't answer that question.
Just questioning because, I mean, I
Sure.
had it on my own motherhood home, but I lost that in what they
Okay.
call the big D, so.
Hang on just a second, we're
So
not,
this is it, I mean.
we're not quite done. So we have 5 minutes to deliberate. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm struggling with something here.
Sure.
There's such a wide disparity between the cost approach and the market approach.
Right.
I mean, this is a chasm,
Sure,
double.
sure.
Can you help me with that?
Sure, it's just the market reaction of the tables that we have that were historical. And so in answer to that, you have a cost that's here, but then you have what it actually sells for. If those were equal, builders would make no profit. Builders would make no profit, and we know that that's not true right now.
Right.
And so that's the difference. It's really that simple. If you take land plus cost, land value plus the cost that it does, if you're a builder, you're making the benefit of that. The very next day when you go to sell that, that's the market value. That's what the market says, I want to do that because I'm not a builder. I want that thing. This subject property owner is actually a builder. And he, rather than build those things, bought those things and bought them at an increased price. But he's not the only one. That's what you're seeing in the market.
Fascinating. That it's such a large difference between the two.
Yeah, builders are doing real well right now.
I guess.
So, well, I mean, when I said construction, I'm not a house, I build refineries.
Oh, okay.
So it's a completely different thing.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry.
So can I ask one thing? You just said it's based on the fact that the market value because builders wouldn't make no money. The prices I gave you include their profit. So that's the price to come build those buildings.
Yeah, but then,
$17,000.
so if you find another lot and do that, what that says is you would benefit from the profit of the difference between that 25, like you indicated, 25 rather than 50, because you would benefit from actually selling that. You would call the guy and say, hey, build these things and build these. The other thing that's different about those is you have, some septic tanks that are there that have value because you can pull.
No septic tanks.
There are septic tanks.
No, I'm tired.
City sewer.
Right,
Oh.
I'll pay for sewer.
Okay, sorry, that's
I
what I
have no
meant to say.
septic tanks,
It's-
I pay for water, I have no water well.
There you go, there you go.
So it's
They
not
have
on there.
utilities is what I meant to
They
say.
have utilities.
Yes.
Utilities are there,
Yes, sir.
but not the septic system or whatever.
Gotcha.
So, and, okay, I mean, the truth be known, I was probably the only, that property was on the market, I was probably the only idiot that paid that much money for a piece of property in a building. That I'm paying $1,100, I gotta buy flood insurance on that building, there's nothing inside of it. I'm going, why am I flooding concrete and a metal wall, but it's financed through the bank, so they make me buy flood insurance. So it's all crazy, but I would probably never do it again. I could buy a house for $150,000 and not have this problem. But I wanted to park my RV. I'm gonna leave it here when I'm done with this job I'm doing. I came out of retirement doing a job. it's gonna stay as a fishing camp. So I'm just trying to get the thing where it's affordable to stay in Rockport, or I may have to put it up for sale again. Because I'm gonna leave the area anyway, and this is gonna be my little vacation spots.
There you go.
But it's what it is, man. I mean, I don't have anything else to rebut.
When I first moved to the county, I lived on Dead Ends Drive on that other end. It's beautiful out there. The sunsets to the west is just beautiful.
I've never quite seen the subdivision like this. Normally there's restrictions. I mean, there's a brand new home right next to me that I think the guy paid $375,000 for a house. Then they got a mobile home, and then they got a building that's about to fall down, and then another nice home. It's crazy. Maybe somebody will come offer me a bunch of money one day to build a house on it.
So we're ready for a motion for? Okay. So on case ID 2021-173, account number 15665, when considering incorrect appraised market value or appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, the board has determined that the $142,470 appraised value should stand.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Well, thank you for coming in.
Well, thank you.
You had good evidence.
Like I said, I've had plenty of problems. First time I've ever done it, so I don't know. Maybe I could have built me a better case.
It's fine.
I'm curious, what are you doing?
I'm actually overall the construction in Ingleside on that motor terminal. We're building a crude terminal over at motor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually I retired from Oxy in 08. OxyChem. I used to run North America construction for North America. They called me out of retirement. I built the ethylene unit, and then they asked me to go there. It was an Oxy facility, and they sold it to this moment. Now they don't want me to leave, and I'm going, hey man, I'm just turned 7 years old. Sooner or later I gotta stop. I can't keep doing it. But they don't want me going anywhere.
You're
We're
doing fine.
building, they're now the largest, which I guess helps Ingleside. They're the largest, they've just been named the largest oil exporter in North America. They're a 2-year company.
Okay.
So we're bringing in huge ships. We're loading out 1 million barrels a day of oil right now, and it's still expanding. So
Mostly the really light West Texas stuff.
all coming from the Permian Basin,
Permian
yes, sir.
yeah.
The refineries here, I've been doing this since 1970. So, the refineries here don't want the Permian Basin.
Right,
at all
they're
because
set
it's
up to
too-
run
it's too
heavy.
quick. It's almost good enough to go in the car right from the ground. And they don't want it because they don't get all the byproducts. The refineries in the US want the dirty oil, so they get kerosene, diesel, sulfur, they make all the byproducts. This stuff gets loaded and goes straight to your
Okay, yeah, their refiners are set up to run that.
Right.
kind of,
Yeah, they don't want the dirty stuff.
Okay,
Okay, we done?
Thank you for
I
coming.
think so. Yeah, you
Thank y'all.
talk to the ladies up
For
front.
first dates. Y'all have a good day.
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
Go straight down there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if they're looking about the survey or anything.
I'm good.
You're good.
I didn't realize that huge terminal was down
Yeah,
on
you're
the
good.
side until a
Yeah.
couple months ago.
No, you're good. Thank you. You too.
Well, it's an existing terminal. It's,
Cell
I think
phone.
who owns it,
137?
but
Yes,
it's,
so 137.
it's
Crumley?
probably since 20 years at least.
No, we have one on the phone.
Okay.
137, Mr. Crumley. You're fine. As long as y'all don't mind me doing that.
Did you get that, Scott? 137.
Yes, thank you. 24672, right?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Crumley. Okay,
Hi, this is Charlie Powers with the Appraisal Review Board. How are you doing this morning?
Doing well. I'm sorry, tell me your name again, please, sir.
Charlie Powers.
Thank you, Charlie. Yes, I can hear you.
Very good, sir. Well, we have some administrivia to take care of before we get started, so if you'll just bear with me for a minute.
Very good.
We are opening a hearing on case ID 2021-137, account 24672. This hearing is being recorded. With the Appraisal Review Board, they'll be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. That's a letter that you'll get after the conclusion of this hearing. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I am assuming, sir, that we have all of your evidence, correct?
I confirmed with Val on that when I contacted initially about 15 minutes ago that she said that she had received, which I'm assuming have in your possession, everything that I uploaded online.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming, sir, Mr. Crumley, that you are under oath for this hearing as you have signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Mr. Crumley, do you hold an appraiser's license?
I do not.
Okay. Are you located in someplace where you have the paperwork that came with your protest?
Well, I have a facsimile of some of the items. Mainly in front of me is what I sent to y'all to review and go over with as we proceed through the hearing.
Okay, do you have the procedures document that shows the time?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The protocol, I do.
Yes, excellent. You'll see there's two columns there. One is if you choose to go first, or the other is if you choose for Michael to go first, the district. Which would you choose?
Oh, yeah, there's not, Charles. I can go first. That's fine.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So the contention on my part is twofold in its nature of the property, which hopefully you can review in front of you, or you have copies of the plats and surveys I sent prior to validate what our concern is on the valuation. This is a very unique property on Key Allegro. It's one of a kind. There's no other property like it, I think, on the island, pretty much in the area. And it entails a structure that has a roof line and a loft above 7 boat slips. And the 7 boat slips contain 3,300 square feet of water that is currently being valued and taxed as land. Our contention is that water should be subtracted from the overall square footage of the land parcel of 13,360 square feet. The water square footage is approximately 3,330 square feet, leaving approximately 10,000 square feet of taxable land value, in my opinion. That's pretty basic of what I'm going to present on the land side. On the structure side, that was built in 1976. And in addition, put in around 1990, it's a 900 approximately square foot loft style residence on top of this boat barn structure. that's modest in nature, consisting of plywood and hardy board, and actually post-hurricane, we're still living on plywood floors. And there's been no modifications, in my opinion, that would substantiate the valuation increase from 2019 of $72,000 to the 2021 valuation of $218,000, reflecting over a 200% increase in valuation. So, and the pictures in the appraisal, if y'all all have access to that and are looking at them, can validate and kind of confirm the type of structure we're talking about on the top side and the nature of it. And not much has changed since that appraisal. Actually, nothing really has changed structurally. And downstairs, which I'm not sure pictures accurately reflect, there is essentially a 3-wall structure below the loft that pretty much just opens up to the canal, and that encompasses and surrounds the 7 boat slips. And under that roof structure, obviously, is the 3,300 square feet of water that I referenced in the plat that I sent, and also a survey that y'all should have access to, or hopefully you'll have in front of you. So we're challenging the valuation based on the land, and we're also challenging the valuation based on, we believe, an inordinate increase in valuation within a 2-year period that is not substantiated in the composite of the structure and the nature of it. I think that's pretty much all I have right now.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for presentation.
Yeah, so, you know, Mr. Crumley's correct that this is a unique property from the standpoint that it has not just the normal canal, but it actually goes into the land, and there's some dockable area. You know, they could have multiple boats in there or something like that. We do have a couple more on the island like that. They're inset. There's areas throughout the county. It's always been kind of a weird animal, because what you lose in the actual square footage of land that you would say would be valuable, you gain because you actually have a private boat slip that's recessed into your area. So we've really never had a real good handle on what that is. Just honestly, it's just a weird animal. To say that it's 1-for-1 would probably not be, you know, like you actually just take all that land away and say it's worth nothing, is not really being true to the added attribute that you have for actually pulling up a boat into your area rather than in the canal, like off to the side. There's some resident value there. I don't know what that is. Having said that, that's all I have for the cross. And so, well, no, let me ask one question. Mr. Crumley, in this cross, so you had an independent appraisal that said 645, and that was like middle of the year of 19, is that right?
It was the latter part of 19, I believe, Mike. I'm trying to see, it's right here in front of me. JP Lynch did it.
Yeah.
And it was, I think, in August of 2019, I think, more or less.
Yeah, August of 19. So middle of 19, roughly. You know, we have a January 1 appraisal date. Obviously, things have changed just from a market standpoint, not necessarily with the subject property itself, but just from the market standpoint. All of these sales, what I'd like to point out in the cross is that if you look at any of these sales, these are actually sales that would have occurred in 19. And so they're not considering any of the 2020 sales or any of the early 21 sales. So in my opinion, things have changed. Let me go into my evidence here. And I do want to point out that we've taken into account, to the best of our ability, that land value. Go ahead and take the, yeah. Okay, so the 669 last year was just an agreed upon value. I don't know if that, Mr. Crumley, was that done informally or in here?
You know, and that's kind of where I thought we were headed this year, but this is fine nonetheless. Yeah, Ray Presley called me
Yeah,
And he understood the nuances of evaluating this property, Mike.
yeah,
And he was familiar with the property,
sure.
and he backed it up pretty quickly. We had a very short conversation, and he understood the nuance of it, but go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so, this value settlement, the 669, what he had last year, but Mr. Crumley just affirmed that it was an informal, but that's a January 1, 2020, not a January 1, 2021 valuation. Let's move on real quickly. So, this is the value that we have on the subject property. These are, the value that we have is 718. What I'd like to point out, pull this up just a little bit. We do have the overall square footage that's deeded here, the 13 and change square feet of land or parcel, but we have an adjustment of 85%. So it doesn't quite equate to the number that the subject property owner indicated. Like he said, it was closer to 10,000 square feet or 9,800, I think is what he had on his evidence. So if you did that calculation, you're going to have a number that's slightly larger than that. So we're trying to account for that lot not just being a square rectangle land lot. It's something different, and just like the subject property owner indicated. But nonetheless, we do have that value, that adjustment. This is the pictometry imagery. Moving on, what's protested, sales and equity or just sales?
Just
Market value. Okay, so that's what I'll present. The subject property sales grid indicates this is a very new sale. This is 745,000. It's on Bay Shore as well. It's on the same side of the street that the subject sold for. So again, in relation to his, appraisal that he has, those are two 2019 sales. This is a 2021, pretty fresh sale right here. This has an indicated value of 813. It's better than the subject, so there's a minus adjustment here. There's a you see a land adjustment here because it's the land is not quite as big. He has a pretty wide lot on his. You can see that from the pictometry. It's not just a single, it's a double lot. So there's an adjustment there. On the next one, that's also on Bay Shore, same side of the street. So that one sold for 702. That's 12/9 of 20. That's a pretty fresh sale. Indicated value is 800,000. Again, that is a better property than the subject. There's a minus adjustment there. Again, that the land value there is not as nice as what the subject property enjoys.
Doesn't the subject property have many more slips than any of these houses do? They all have maybe one.
Yes. So generally speaking, without looking into it, a one parcel is going to have one slip. You might see somebody that's on the curve that might be able to put two of those little dock boat lifts on the outside if it's on the curve.
Not underneath like this.
No, definitely not.
But they aren't really comparable comps because this is so unique.
And I said that off the beginning. Let me move on with the comp number 3 and 4. Again, Bay Shore Drive again, and Bay Shore Drive again. These are all Bay Shore Drive sales, like the subject property. This one sold for 534, appraises out to 702 and change. This one is 595. This one appraises out to 7072 and change when compared with the subject property. You can see all the adjustments in the grid. The biggest thing is the land value. This one's got nearly $500,000 worth of land value, what we have right now. Understand it's a double lot. It is, it does have that cutout, but there's some resident value for the land there as far as the slips are concerned. The median value is supported. It's 786. The subject is at 718. Because equity wasn't protested, it's not going to be sheltered.
Okay, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, so just real quick and with respect and to talking to Mike and his comps there, and I think Mike would understand the unfortunate position that this property has in trying to find a comp. JP Lynch had the same problem. After he finished the appraisal, he said, there's absolutely no property on this island I could come up with that would do your property justice as a comp because it's so unique. So in actually putting comps looking at comps, it's difficult to even assign everything that Mike just cited because it's not even close to what we're sitting on here. And if any of you have ever seen the property, and hopefully you've looked at the pictures or are familiar with how it lays out, there's really no comps in the area that you can refer to help justify the valuation. And I would just say, and just real quick again, it's a modest structure. It's a 3-wall enclosure around the 7 boat slips that Mike cited, and that's correct, that he's assigning value to. But I would, it's a slippery slope. Are we going to start taxing people with boat slips in the canal or docks in the canal? Because they're going to assign a value to boat slips in the water under my structure. Then I guess we have to start assigning valuations to people that have docks and boat slips in the canal and along the canals all through Key Allegro. I would just reiterate once again, this is an old structure. Nothing's been done of consequence on a modification level monetarily that would justify the valuation going up over 200% in 2 years. I mean, I think you would have to agree with that. And there's also, fishing stations in the canal with roofs over them. I mean, are we going to start taxing those people as well? And I know the answer to that. I don't think we could. But to use that as an example for taxation purposes of placing value underneath the roof line that's all water, I think is kind of, in my opinion, is somewhat of a stretch. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Mike, you got 2 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Crumley. So just to be clear, you have what you've presented as evidence, and you have an unbiased appraiser that said it was worth 645. Last year you agreed to 669 and change. We're not that far off. We have 718. I'm asking you, what do you think your property's worth?
Well, I'm trying to put a more realistic valuation on it based on the fact that we've challenged the water aspect of it.
Which is what? What's that number, sir?
The inception of the building.
What's that number? Last year it was 669.
Well,
The market value.
I think we would have to agree that we'd have to back out a huge part of the square footage of what's water that I'm being taxed in hand. I mean, if the structure wasn't here, let's just say, Mike, hypothetically, the building wasn't here, how would you value this? How would you value the land? You'd obviously go by the bulkhead line and subtract the 3,300, would you not?
Right. Well, I've got the whole parcel that you're deeded, which is the way I'm supposed to carry it, and I have an adjustment in there. It's not the full square footage, square foot per square foot, but that's what I have. So I'm going to ask the question again. You were at 669 last year. In my opinion, market values have greatly increased between 20 and 21, and we have 718. We're not that far apart. What is your number? What do you think your property's worth? Because we're not that far apart. I've got evidence that proves it. I'm just asking what your number is.
Well, yeah, and again, Mike, I think we're all aware that the numbers that you're putting on it based on your comps is interesting because there's tough comps to come by, but nonetheless, I think the valuation just based on the water and then the structuring of itself going up, $130,000 in 2 years. I think we'd have to back it down to even less than what we paid last year, just based on taking into account the water as well. So valuation-wise, I think we're at maximum. Well, if I took out the water, it's going to be anywhere between 550 and 575 for the lot and the building.
Okay.
Okay.
So on the open market, you sell it to somebody for 575?
Well, Mike, that's a great question, actually, and everyone is always
deserves an answer.
And when they look at this property,
It's a great question. It deserves an answer.
And everyone, realtors, investors, developers, the first thing they would do, Mike, is they would tear the building down and build something else. Is what they would do. So all that really exists here of a valuation standpoint is the land. And if you're just going to consider the land, you have to back out the 3,300 square feet. And if you just take into that account, in my opinion, you're still looking at, you know, $550 for the land, because that's really where the valuation is. To get anything more than that, because of the layout of it, which y'all are very well aware of, the cut-in takes away a lot of land, because the building's coming. People are gonna, either they're gonna connect the bulkhead and fill it in, backfill it and build a big house, or they're gonna leave the canal, which is the canal, the bulkheads are still in real decent condition, or they're gonna build around it, which means they're gonna take the valuation of the water out. The next people that build won't build over it, highly unlikely. They'll build around it.
Okay.
The thing that,
Bill, wait till we get through our 5 minutes.
I'm sorry.
We're kind of at closing here, so Mike, you got, actually, Mr. Crumley, you got 1 minute to make any final statements here.
No, listen, it's a great process. I think y'all are well up to speed on it. I think we're all handicapped, unfortunately, with the comp situation. That's why the iniquity of the property deserves special scrutiny. And it's something we're gonna have to look at uniquely and not blanketly apply valuations of other properties nearby, because truly there is no comp to this property. So we're all kind of winging it, and we're doing the best that we can. And I think the valuation in and of itself should be drastically reduced, just based on, you know, what we've talked about prior. I thank you for your time.
Okay. Mike, you got 1 minute to say any closing.
Okay, first of all, I don't agree with this, but even if you were to take all of the property owners' best argument and just give no value to that boat area that's slipped, it's different, it's unique. But even if you were to do that and you took his number, which I have not verified that that's the calculated number, but the calculated number is 9811. So you take 9811 times the $44 a square foot that we have on the subject property, that's 431,684. And then you added the improvements that we have, which we've supported in our sales grid. It's 218,650. To say that the subject property is worth 575 is absolute in error. I come up to 650 even using his logic. 650,334 at the very least. And I'm not saying that we should go to that. I'm saying that last year we were 669. It's between there and 718. But even if you were to use all of his logic, it would be no less than 650,334. That's all I got.
Okay.
Are we now into our time?
Yes, we have 5 minutes.
Okay. With your 85%, you get it down to 11,050, and he's saying it's 10,000. So that's pretty close.
Well, in his evidence, he has 9811, but he said 10,000.
Yeah, but that's pretty close. From 13,330, 1330. Yeah.
Yeah.
To 11 is pretty close. I have a question about the unit, the class.
Right.
In the description and in the pictures, this come up to a 4SS.
It's a 4SS minus. 4SS regular is the absolute average. This is a slightly below average.
It
A
is.
3 would even be even further down.
It is below average, though. I mean, if you look at it.
agree that it is.
It's,
Maybe from a physical standpoint of what's in there. Are you talking about the interior pictures?
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, maybe.
I'm just, it just doesn't feel like it's that nice a house.
What's the, okay.
The question I had was
I mean,
He says the bulkhead was
He
good.
said it was in good.
what do you think about the class?
I tend to actually, having looked at the pictures, if you went to 3SS Plus, I would not be out of whack.
See what that does.
Again, just so you, Mr. Crumley, what we're being directed to do is to look at the classifications of structure. We're actually doing a calculation in the system to see what that would do, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
And I'm basing my question on your description and your pictures.
And you're getting a fair and accurate description on both.
So the class is a 4SS minus, we go to a 3SS plus. And understand in some areas there's overlap. So don't be surprised if it's 3SS plus. And we're at 57,000 and change on the base amount. There's a, so barely changed. If you went to 3SS regular, which I don't think it is, but I mean, let's just do a 3SS regular. I'd rather have it in a physical obsolescence actually, but I mean, okay, go ahead.
You can do it that way, if that's what you prefer.
Let's now go cancel this and just go to see what the effect
And
is.
that didn't change much.
Well, you'll see, you'll see. That's why I wanted to show you. Summary. So this was 218 and now it's down to 198. So it's about, what is that? That's only $10,000 or $20,000.
20,000.
20,000 is 20,000. It
Yeah.
puts it below 700.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I mean, I'm okay.
I was kind of thinking right around 700,000 myself.
I was questioning about the appraisal was 645. That was a year ago.
Yeah.
I think it was in 2019.
Bill, did you have something else?
I don't know that it would have, because he brought up the water versus land issue with boat slip. It threw it back to mini storage that we were talking about some time ago, where we pulled the walkways and hallways out because they served a purpose for a storage building. So if there was land underneath those boats, we couldn't use it.
Yeah, but
Right, but
boat
he has
slips
the ability
are
to use that.
valuable.
I don't know, he keeps his own boats, or rents it out to other people.
I have no idea, but essentially, all that is just a storage area. You know, the water's not land.
Well, the 85% that Mike has in there now brings the effective land down to 11,050 or something close.
Yeah, that's
What,
essentially doing the same thing.
what is it? 18? What is the, I have 13,360, is that right?
Yeah, times 85%.
If I went to 0.8, if I went to 80, that'd be 10,680. If I went to 75, then that would be 10,020.
Can we try that up here,
Sure.
please?
All right, so we're doing that. Are we,
Doing that to the land.
all right, are we leaving the other in?
I'm okay with the,
Okay, I'm just,
The other percent, the valuation of the house is 3.
actually,
Yeah, 3
So I'm fine with that.
actually, you know, yeah, it's okay. Sorry.
You want to do it as an
No,
observation?
it's okay, it's okay.
Okay.
all right, What do we
Mr.
want this to
Crumley,
be?
just so you know, we're
75.
taking the 85 down to 75, which essentially gets you really close to that 10,000 square foot number that you testified to.
Okay,
And that number, resultant number, recalculate overall, is gonna put you at 630-ish or something.
440 for the
Yeah.
land,
And then go to summary, that's 630 something,
639,570.
that's the number.
639,
570.
570.
640.
Okay, so that's taking into
Call it
consideration
640.
Well,
lowering the valuation of the
yeah,
house
if you could just please go to that number, it makes it easier.
What?
I mean, just don't round it up, I mean, just go to that number.
639, 570. Okay. All right. Comments?
It's more than fair.
All
Yeah,
right.
it is. I'm in.
You good?
I am.
All right. Motion?
Okay, so I'll make a motion on case ID 2021-137, account 24672, when taking into account the incorrect appraised market value. The board has determined that they will lower the current value of 718,310 down to 639,570.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're done. Thank you, Mr. Crumbly.
All right, gentlemen and ladies, thank you, sir.
Have a good day.
All right, that's it for
All
the
right,
morning.
okay, thank you for your efforts. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, that was it for the morning. We do have one agent this afternoon.
Okay.
Ray, I think, is currently on the phone with them, so we'll see what happens.
So when
I was seeing if they're gonna settle.
Yeah, so it might be shorter
Yes, no.
or,
Well, is that the only thing we have for the whole afternoon?
yeah, it's just the one agent.
One agent
But they
has
have,
several-
like,
several properties.
7 or, yeah,
One agent
Oh.
has like 7 or 8 properties.
Okay.
I'm sorry, they have like 90 lines.
They're not gonna settle it.
Yeah, I mean,
No, yeah, I would say for sure plan on coming back.
yeah,
Okay.
I'd be surprised if they settled all.
Yeah.
Just data wise, statistics wise.
Yes.
Usually work out that way. That's a unique deal when people have that. There's a couple more in the county like that.
That's a weird one.
I think you did that well.
have
Oh, yeah.
We're on the air.
We're on the air.
So Eamon's gonna be handling this afternoon, as some of those are commercial in nature, so. He'll be swearing in.
Okay.
All right. Is this by affidavit or what?
No, they're gonna be on Zoom.
You're gonna be on Zoom?
And you should be waiting.
Are we starting with 37?
I'm going to admit Mr. Nasser now.
Okay.
Mr. Nasser, can you hear us?
I can. Good afternoon.
Good, and we can hear you too. That's good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nasser. This is Charlie Powers.
Powers?
We have a number of accounts here. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. To minimize the amount of time spent on trivia, I'm going to combine these into one statement at the beginning, okay?
Yes, sir. And before you start, if I could make reference to one thing, and maybe that might expedite it even further. I have 1, 2, 3. I have 4 properties that are on this agenda today that I intend to submit by affidavit only for the mere purpose of just obtaining a board order for the clients in the future.
Which 4 are those by case number? Can you identify them?
Yes, sir. The first one is 17766.
Okay,
The next one is docket order number 5, which is 27939.
okay,
Docket 7, 27943,
okay.
and then docket 8, 62742.
Okay,
And they're unable to work out confirmation from a client or whatnot, and I don't want to waive their right, but ultimately don't need to have a hearing on it today.
okay. So I'm not going to include those 4 in my preface. And we'll go work on the others. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let us begin. We are opening a hearing on accounts 17687, 122847, 24900, 12132, and 61156. Did I get them all?
Yes, sir.
This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board who will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I will begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166.f.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41-66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming the protester is under oath. Sir, I'm assuming you're under oath by virtue of the fact that you submitted the affidavit.
Yes, sir. And I'm also an attorney licensed to practice law in the state of Texas.
I'm sorry?
I'm an attorney licensed to practice in the state of Texas. I don't know if there's an oath requirement under the code for it, but I'm happy to submit one. I have not presented in the hearing this year.
No, all I need to know is, do you have a appraiser's license?
No, I do not.
Okay. Let's begin with,
I need to swear in real quick.
what?
I need to swear in real quick.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I am Bert, do solemnly swear or swear the testimony shall present the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
That must have picked it up.
Okay, hold on, I'll get it.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second.
What do you need?
The list of.
Okay.
She probably thought it was the sign. No, I just had it was the sign. Oh, did you? Okay. We're gonna figure that out.
I have a list. I had a list.
We
I had a list. I turned my head and it was gone.
Pass it around.
There.
There it is. Okay, we're starting with 17687.
It's,
Case number 36.
Oh,
Case number 36. Okay, now, sir, would you like to go first or would you like Eamon to go first?
I'd like to go first.
You'd like to go first?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. And I can screen share, correct? I'll just make sure that
So we do have a file here for taxpayer evidence, so we probably have what you sent in for that case.
okay. And so I'm happy to work it through that way. Each area kind of does it a little differently. Just make sure I had the way y'all wanted. If you take a look, obviously the first 2 pages of the document I provided is just the summary affidavit. The first substantive page I'll be talking about is titled Exhibit A. Everybody with me there?
Yes.
So the very first part of that's just basically a summary. We've got a 3,320 square foot building at 501 South Austin Street. The district has currently set the value at $337,330. We're asking the panel to consider a value of $251,383 for a reduction of $85,947. Just below that, you just kind of see a history of the valuation on the property. And then in the blue box, that's right off the district's website, just reflecting the history and the warranty deed on the property. If you go to the next page, which would be valuation detail, and at any point, if I go too fast, please tell me to slow down.
Can you give us just a brief summary there between the differences between the appraisal district model and what your CAD actual rents?
Absolutely. So under the circumstances, you see on the left side is the CAD model, and in the middle is what we deal with the actual rents, okay? In this particular property, it's vacant, and it's been vacant. But what we usually do is we adopt the district's model. You can see the way it lays out. We would accept their vacancy and collection at 5%. We would accept their cap rate at 9.35%. And depending on what numbers were available, we would ultimately accept their model, and we would insert the actual rent to see if there was a generation of any type of delta. In this particular case, the only difference between the district stabilized number and mine is what we're calling a lease-up cost. If you look at the bottom, you see the very bottom number on the left side, it says valuation stabilized in purple.
Yep.
Their number is 337, 330. If you go across to the right a little bit, my stabilized number is 337,326. It's just a difference of $4. But we have a lease up, right, to address that vacancy. And that's where the subtraction of $85,943 comes in. If you go to the next page, it shows the rent roll. which is vacant. And then there's a page called absorption costs. You see that page?
Yes.
Okay, this is how we generated that 85,943. We assumed a 12-month lease-up period, rent loss of $10, which is the rent assumed by the district. We put $20 in TI simply because we are basically going to have to refurbish first-generation space. It's going to be pretty expensive to get this property ready to go out and release. We assumed a 6% leasing commission and a 4% net present value. We did not lease up the entire 3,320 square feet. Since the property is assumed stable at 95%, we only leased up 95% of it. So at the very top there, you'll see we leased 3,154 square feet. We leased up that amount. It would have been double dipping to assume the full lease up cost for 3,320. So basically, the only difference that we have is this lease up number against the stabilized amount of 337,330, and we're asking the panel to set the value at $251,383, which assumes effectively an agreed to stabilized number minus the cost to get this property leased up. Thank you.
How long has it been vacant?
I think it's been vacant almost a year, if not longer.
Okay.
In fact, I can say that it was vacant. It became vacant right after purchase or at the time of purchase, which was in 19, so much longer.
Yeah, I think they purchased it in 19. Okay, you have 30 more seconds if you need it.
No, unless there's a question I can answer, I think I've said my piece.
Okay. Eamon, you've got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes in for your presentation.
Okay, great. Just going to my presentation. So this is property ID 17687. It is a part of the downtown area strip center. That's actually a historical district. I think this used to be an art gallery at one point, but it is currently vacant, right on the corner of St. Mary's and Boston. Let's see here. Go to, yeah, there you go. There's the that's the one right there on the corner. It doesn't rectify perfectly, but it's the one on the art.
Is it the old bank?
No,
It's
it's split between.
One block down.
It's split between the bar and
This is just the parcel on the end. But the north end.
where Coastal Brownfield was. but
Yeah.
short time.
Yes. This thing.
It was Nancy, it was Nancy's part, Nancy.
Oh, it's Nancy's, great. Okay, and on the next page, you have our income calculation worksheet. So there's 3,320 square feet of gross building area. That's equivalent to the NRA for our model. We just use the gross building area for all of these because they're the downtown areas. They're all, the buildings are all the same. It's not like some of them are super big. The lease rate that was given is $10. That's a market lease rate. It's not expected to be their actuals. It was also given a stabilized vacancy and collections loss of 5%. And that renders a net operating income for the year of $31,540. That really is what's being capitalized to create the value of this place. Their NOI. And increase your rent, decrease your expenses. There's all kinds of ways you can get to $31,540, but that's really the estimation that's being made. The cap rate is derived from CoStar data and from sales in this area. That for their number, 337,330. Following that, there is a sales ratio report of other properties that are income calculated. You can see our weighted mean across the county for income properties is 1.01%. So it's 101%. It's way better than the 70s, 60s. The next page is just an income equity grid that's just going to show you that we're doing the same thing to this property with the part of downtown Rockport. They get the same lease rate, the same vacancy, the same cap rate. They're in the same taxing units. They have the same economic, forces working on them over there. And I don't know what page it's going to be on for y'all, because I have some pages in my packet. But towards the end, there should be. Okay, there it is. Yeah. So this is actually the listing of what they're asking for their lease. It is vacant, assuming they don't want it to be vacant forever. But the asking rent is $1.08 triple net rent, and on these listings, that's per month. So it's $1.08 a foot per month, and it says that the space is 3,320 square feet. So as far as lease up goes and the rest of that, when you have one tenant, it's either occupied or it's not. Nobody's going to buy 95% of the leasable space. So it's either full and they're paying their rent, or it's empty, and it will take time to lease that place up. 95% stabilized vacancy or occupancy, it accounts for that. The market rent accounts for all of that. We're just trying to get to an estimation of value. You don't want to use the actual on a property like this, because the fact that there isn't anybody currently paying rent in the month of January doesn't mean that it's worth this. But if we are going to use actuals, consider the fact that we shouldn't be using $10 a foot a year for rent, because that's not what they're charging. They're charging almost $13. So if you did a lease up calculation on $13 a foot a year, it would probably still end up north of our number. So what we're doing here is doing a mass appraisal, and I think our numbers show to be conservative. If you're going to use actuals, one, you got to use only actuals across the board, and two, I don't want to use their actuals because it's going to make their property worth more or less or whatever. We're just trying to get a market value. So you use a market rent, use market vacancy. This is what I think that it would conservatively sell for. That's it.
Okay. Tell me your name again.
Jason Nasur.
Jason. You have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 2 minutes for rebuttal. You need that time.
Yeah, I just will rebut. I don't have any cross-examination for the district. I'm a little confused. I didn't use anything actual. If you look at my analysis, I just assumed the $10 base rent that the district had. I agreed with their number. I agree with their stabilized value. And I just said you got to spend some money to lease it up. The fact that we're asking for $10 is not evidence of what it is. It's just an evidence of what we're asking for. And surely the district isn't taking the position that, because someone asked for something, that's the way it should be valued. We accepted everything the district did in this position. We just said you got to lease it up. I assumed that the conversation would be on whether or not the lease up was justified, and if there was any question about the variables I used. I used $10 for lost rent. That's what the district assumed was market rent. I assumed $20 in tenant improvements. I assumed a 6% leasing commission with a net present value of 4%. The reason why I talked about 95% was because the district set stabilized at 95. And if I'm going to sit there and subtract money from the value, I was only going to do 95% of that square footage and not 100%. So I didn't double dip the 5%. I'm just asking that the panel appreciate that the district's stabilized number is in agreement with mine, and you just have to spend money to get it leased up, and that it would, if being sold on January 1 of this year, traded vacant, that number would have to be accounted for. So I'm asking for $251,383. Thank you.
Okay. Eamon, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal there.
The lease up thing is hypothetical. I think that this is actually how its value is calculated was being sold. The fact that it doesn't currently have a tenant I haven't seen anybody actually get deals on that basis. The people who paid more, who paid a premium for the fact that it is leased, are paying for something called a going concern value. It's the fact that it's making money now. That's not real property. So we can't take out lease up costs or the fact that it's not currently leased up on the date of January 1st if we're not including the going concern value of the fact that it's leased up other years. I'm only trying to value the real property. And the 95% is saying when they do get a tenant, they're going to be there for years. It's going to be there for many, many years. Of course, there's costs of doing business, but this is just a market valuation. So I don't do any lease up calculations, and none of my market rents or anything involves doing any kind of lease up calculation. I don't find it accurate. I don't find it useful. It's just, I know it's talked about a lot, but I've never seen it work.
So the building is full or empty makes no difference.
Correct, because if we were to value somebody's building more because of the quality of their operation, we're no longer valuing their real property. We're valuing the business. So I only want to value the land and business.
Building's not currently for sale.
It is not. It's up for lease, but it's not listed for sale, as far as I know.
Okay. Got a few seconds left. We're to closing. Protester closing goes first. You have 1 minute to say anything final thoughts.
I've never had a situation where there was a discussion on Lisa. I've been fortunately and unfortunately doing this for 24 years, and you got a vacancy and you got to lease it up. If the law says that the district has the responsibility to establish the fair cash market value of a property as of January 1. And if you were to put this property on the market and you had an identical property right next to it, both of them right next to each other, and they're identical, except one had a tenant for 10 years and one was vacant, you're not going to pay the same price for both. Okay, you have to take into consideration the vacancy and what that lost income would do to the value if it traded. That's why you come up with these variables ultimately in an absorption or a lease up to be able to determine what that loss is in determining value. So I just simply say, take a look at two identical buildings, identical from head to toe. One's got a solid 10-year lease, one's vacant. Do you pay the same amount? Because the district is arguing that you would, because you don't consider lease up. So I'm at $251,383. Thank you.
Okay. Amy, you got 1 minute to say.
Yeah, just in closing, I mean, I understand that lease up is something that gets talked about a lot. It's been around a long time, but if we did have that situation, I would be telling the neighbor, I valued your real property more than your neighbors because of your tenant. It would be like telling somebody that their hotel building is worth more because they're better at running the hotel. That's not real property. So you can't, lease up is a thing in business valuation, in going concern valuations. It's not a thing in real property management. The fact that it's been talked about is just because it makes your value good. That's it. But I don't think that our number is too high. I think the odds of seeing this for sale for any less than $337,000 is close to zero. And that's it.
Jason?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If I look at your absorption cost chart, I'm not sure what page it is, but it's the page that talks to the clarification of the lease up.
Yes, sir.
There are 12 zeros down that page. Does that mean that this has been vacant for a year?
No, sir. So what you're looking at there is each number on the far left represents a month. And so depending on the circumstances, the city or the town, you can have 12, 18, 24, 36 months of absorption time. It takes that long to lease it up. In this case, at 12 months, I assume this property will be leased up. And so the zeros just reflect nothing. I didn't use month 13 through month 24.
Okay.
And tell me again, how many months this building has been vacant?
And I just looked it up. I had misspoke. It became vacant on January 1st of 2021.
So that was just a few months ago.
Yes, sir. And we're assuming that, that property hopefully will be leased up. If it doesn't, we come back and, we urge another 12-month period at that point.
Okay. Eamon?
Yes. Did you just purchase this building or have you owned it for a while?
Ma'am?
Did you just purchase this building or have you owned it for a period of time?
So my client purchased this building in 19 for $150,000.
2019 for 150,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Eamon? If you had those two buildings side by side, and one was leased and one wasn't,
Yes.
why would you assume that the one that wasn't leased was a management problem? Why wouldn't you assume that there's something wrong with the building?
I don't assume that it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Uh,
It's completely irrelevant because if you think about this, if somebody was to move into this building and say, I want to be here a long time and be a great tenant, I'm going to sign a 15-year lease. And then the owner had to think, well, that's going to make the value of my real property somehow skyrocket compared to my neighbors because I have a stable tenant when we have the exact same building. Only trying to value the real property.
Exact
The
same,
lease is not real property.
exact same building is what I'm questioning. How
Right.
do you know that this is the exact same building as it's?
I have no evidence that there's any difference between this building and the one that shared the wall. Nothing was presented to me at any point. No, there's no reason for me to think that it would be any different.
So there's no reason why this building should not be
It will be, it will be leased.
as compared to the one adjacent.
I mean, there's tenants come and go. That area's been doing very well. I think it's gonna be leased sooner than later. Why they have it up?
So just clarification for me. We are looking at the value on January 1, kind of based on all of 2020, right? Where it was leased. All the income, this income methodology that is used.
This is Eamon's model.
Yeah.
Income generally doesn't make any difference. Right?
Well, no, it's
I thought it-
standardized.
No, but I thought it did. I thought instead of market value, businesses were based on a cash flow stream or an income. Isn't that contentious last year? Wasn't that, or did I completely miss that last year? All the RV parks, all the boat storage, I thought all of that, those valuations were way up because you're valuing them as a business that makes money and an income stream, not just physical property building on the open market.
Eamon?
So, in a perfect world, doing a cost evaluation or a sales comparison evaluation of real property for a business, it'd all be the same. It'd all be exactly the same.
No, I don't think so.
In a perfect world.
The problem that happened was that by doing cost methods on properties that nobody does on a cost basis, nobody does. So keeping up with it is nearly impossible because you have to calculate so many things that nobody else is calculating. Like trying to figure out a cost model for an RV park. Nobody does that. I mean, the insurance adjusters do it, but it's done on an income basis. It's just an approach to value, right? So if you build a house, there's a cost associated with building that house. If you vacate some of that cost by doing it yourself, you can still figure out how much the house is worth on a cost basis. Even though you said, well, I didn't pay anything for materials, it was all free. The cost is zero. You can still get to market value by using a cost approach to value. The income approach to value values real property from the perspective of the guy owning it. He's only owning it because it makes good business sense to own this real property. A house can be an unreasonable amount of money, and it's anyone's deal. But there comes a point where buying a piece of commercial property is a bad investment. There comes a point where certain things are worth more and less because of how you can capitalize on that real property. Whether or not there's a tenant in it is completely irrelevant because we can't assume a lease. We have to assume a market condition. A good tenant doesn't make your building worth. That's not real property. They're supposed to be market rent, a market lease. The fact that if the people who were leasing this building just went out of business and they left or they retired, doesn't affect the value of the real property. We're just valuing land in the building. But we could have done this by just updating all of our cost models and getting to a similar number to this because our cost models are outdated. Our depreciation tables were not working correctly. The reason we didn't do that is because maintaining that over time is really hard. It's really impossible. And the solution is, well, the reason this is so hard for you guys is because you shouldn't be doing it on cost. You should be doing it on income. That's the way it is.
It's not the point.
It is not there it's the income approach to that.
Yeah. But what you're basically saying is it doesn't matter what their income is. You know better what it should be. And therefore, even though their income is zero for 6 months, you know better what it should be. Therefore, you put a value on it.
That is correct.
I don't know if y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me okay?
So, yes,
And can y'all hear me okay?
yes.
Yes.
I don't mean to be rude. I have no idea what the district is saying. There are two income models, discount cash flow and a capitalization rate when you come to valuing a property on income. You can look that up. You can Google it. And no matter which method you use, both of them assume a lease up. They both do. I mean, this is not rocket science. You can Google it and they'll both tell you the definition would include the cost it takes to get the property stabilized. The district has a responsibility to value it as if it's stabilized. That's why they come up with the 95%. The district and all districts across the state of Texas have the responsibility to value each and every property, assuming two things, that it's owned in fee simple and that the property is stabilized. If it's vacant, it is not stabilized, and there's a cost to stabilize it. And there are two methods, discount cash flow and a direct capitalization rate. Both assume that cost to stabilize. And that's what I'm talking about here. I just don't get what the district's saying at all.
Well, I think the questions that they're asking are slightly different than the ones you might be answering. I don't disagree with you. I think everything you just said is right.
So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking there's a case here. And my question is, do we look at 2020 when it was all leased, in which case there's not a case, or are we looking from January 1, 20? Are we looking at 21, and already he's missed 5 months of rent, so.
Normally just be looking at 2020.
Well, that was my question. We normally be looking at last year, right?
We'll be looking at 2020.
Okay, in which case, this whole approach here can be argued next year, when it's comes in and he's lost
Yeah.
5 or 6 months.
On RV parks, things didn't we take into consideration whether they were full, how many RVs they had, what the rent was, did we take that into consideration?
RV parks are not on an income basis yet. They're still being done on a cost sale comparison model.
That's why they're counting their vacancies, well, how many they had.
Yeah, when we're counting their spaces, because the RV parks keep changing how many spaces. It would be like having a hotel that constantly is adding and subtracting.
Was this, Jason,
Hotel,
Yes, sir.
was this property leased all last year?
Yes, and by the way, all income properties, to answer the panel member's question, this is always about future income. You always value based on future income, never backwards. So you're always looking prospectively from January 1 forward, not backwards. Both as to the discount cash flow method and as direct capitalization rate. It's always forward.
Well, the problem is if you value it on January the 1st, you look backwards 12 months and you lease.
No, when you value it on January 1, you value on January 1 its future income potential. That's what the two models under income do. If you're looking backwards, you're going to look at a sales comparison methodology and potentially a cost basis, depending on what the costs were that flowed through the year. Income looks prospectively on future income as of January 1. But the district chose their methodology. They chose income. So we used income. Looking backwards would be a reflection on sales comps, not income.
He hasn't said anything I disagree with. I mean, this entire. Okay. We're both on the same page. He's not saying anything goofy. This is kind of ground level
I'm
stuff.
thinking it's here, but I don't know if it's this year or next
Yeah.
year. He's asking for 251,000. About 90,000. So 100,000.
85, I think it was 85,000. All right, I'm inclined to go with it.
85,000 difference.
I'm inclined to go with it.
Go with it? I think I am too. We're looking forward and it'll be this year and yep, he's already missed half a year.
Yeah.
So you're saying you're comfortable with 251, 380?
380. Yeah.
Around.
380.
I think he's got a case.
But then we're totally, if we do this, and then we look at. Regardless of how Aiden values it, we're going to take a different approach.
We've never really looked at
Isn't
the
that what we're
looking
doing?
forward, looking backward thing before
Yeah.
because everything has been leased.
Everything, right,
Yeah. Or it's like boat storage that lease for vacancy rate.
What I'm
you know,
Well, you
saying
can't
is,
predict-
what I'm saying is that if we agree 251, 380, this approach is different. Aim is presenting basically.
with one factor. There's only
Then
one
in the
factor
future,
that-
everything, we're after everything the same way. Which will be different than the new business.
So just to be clear, he's just using the same valuation model that I use. He's using our stuff. The only adjustment that he's made is that he's accounting for lease up. And just like he said, we at the district have to give a valuation based on a stabilized market occupancy. But he is asking you guys to consider the lease up period. When I notice people have to put a market value on every property, and I can't put any consideration into the lease up when I'm doing it. But he's asking you to do that because this one is in a lease up period. So think of it like this. If you had a,
They come back.
Go ahead.
Same.
well, let me do it. in this. So I think last year, an example that might be really helpful to everybody on the board was if you have like a taxi cab and it's new. If you look at last year's income, if you just bought it on January 1st, it didn't make any money last year. But the value of that thing is the money it's going to make this year. It's forward looking. And what is being brought up here is that we put a market value on things at a stabilized market occupancy. And he's asking you to consider the fact that this one is currently vacant.
It is gonna take some money to get it.
And it will take, and then basically taking time to find a tenant, including improvements to the building that might be needed, or just lost income, is a thing that exists. That's what a lease up period is.
In that case, I'd go with it.
That's really fair to give him a whole year, but I don't know that. Yeah, I can go with that.
Do we all agree on that?
Okay. So let me make a motion then on case ID 2021-36, property ID 17687. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, and any other Q5 factors that might affect the market, that we are going to lower the current appraised value of $337,330 to $251,308.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, I want to clarify, 251, 380?
Yes.
Okay, that one, case is closed. Move on to case number 38, 2021-38. Account number 22847. Okay. Jason, would you like to go first, or would you like Eamon to go first?
I'd like to go first, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Is the panel ready?
Yes.
Okay,
Go ahead. 5 minutes.
Oh, sir, thank you. If you take a look at the affidavit that I provided for you, obviously skipping the first page, going to the second one, just gives you a brief description of the property. This is a huge battle between the district and I. I think we're off $1,000 between us, but that's really not the nature of my fight. If you'll scroll down all the way to the bottom, you'll see a letter that came from the Aransas County Appraisal District. Keep on going. I just realized that was up on the screen there. There you go. This is kind of unfamiliar territory. My client purchased this property last year, and the individuals that owned the property before had received some type of relief associated with damage from weather conditions, of a hurricane or what the situation was. And I don't know and can't speak at all to the issues surrounding the individual that owned it before, but the district is now applying a retroactive tax for the 3 years on my client that just purchased the property. And it seemed to me that the nature of this deferment or any type of tax abatement would flow with the individual that received it, not necessarily the property. There's no, I don't see from a constitutional perspective how the district could levy a tax on someone that didn't own the property in the years for which they're trying to collect the tax on. And so having been issued by the Aransas County District Appraisal District, I felt it was most appropriate to bring the issue before you here and asked that that tax for 2018, 2019, and 2020 that's being retroactively applied not be assessed against my client, but be, if at all, if it's available, assessed against the previous owner that took advantage of that relief. And so with that, I will share with you, if you scroll back up just a little bit, you'll see a picture of the house. That's it. This house is an absolute teardown. There is no value to the property. That's like no roof on it, literally, and you can see straight through the building. We've asked that the panel zero out the value on the improvements and set the value on the land, which is, we don't disagree with the district on its value at $115,000. So the nature of our argument on the actual valuation is simple. We don't put any value on the improvements and just accept the market value on the land at 115,000. And we're asking that the panel answer to the district to the extent that it's improper or inappropriate to levy that tax back against a new purchaser for value and assess those prior recovery funds against whoever took advantage of the benefit. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Damon, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 5 minutes to present.
I'd like to ask a question. Is the only thing that's being discussed here is the penalty for the previous year's taxes? Is that what?
I advocated to take off the improvement value because the house is going to have to be torn down.
Okay. Okay. Do you have anything from like an engineer or something saying that it can't be rebuilt or that it's below height or something like that?
My understanding is all of them in that area don't meet code at this point. I really can't, other than the fact that this deferment that was provided was on the basis that this house was uninhabitable. It's still inhabitable.
Okay.
But no, I don't, to answer your question.
All right. All right. So I think this one should be pretty straightforward. This is a house in Coconut Cove. I'm sorry. Holiday Beach. This is a house in Holiday Beach, and we currently have it listed as being 20% complete. That is indicative of the fact that the only thing that's of any use there is the framing. And the reason the framing is useful is it hasn't fallen over yet. Typically, if it's there on January 1st, you've got to have some value on it, even if it's going to get removed later. But for the last several years, because of how the hurricane cleanup process has been and how it's been so dragged out, it's pretty reasonable that the only risk with assuming that this thing is worth zero is the number of times that people tell us it's going to get torn down and we put it at zero, and then we go out there in 6 months and they're banging on the building with boards. It happens all the time. The amount of buildings that were put at zero and they said we were told we have to rebuild it, and then it turns out no, they didn't. That's the only risk. But that being said, that's really it. If it's going to be torn down, it's not worth anything. It's a liability. It's sitting on the land. It's keeping you from building the house you want to build. So I don't think the building is worth anything. If you can't do anything with it, it's not worth anything. So I'm not even going to bother presenting, comps or whatever, because the comps are all complete, and he's saying this thing's going to get torn down. That's just a matter of benefit of the doubt. That adjustment would be made based on basically whether or not you really think they're being completely for real. That doesn't need to be demoed. That's one issue. The other one, if I'm understanding, Scott, can you verify for this? Was this an 11-135 that they didn't complete?
Property codes on this
It has a 135C property code, which is one that the property has.
That's complete, right? The one
No.
for failing is penalty.
No, I think it's the one where the penalty has been assessed is what the C is, I believe. 135 CON is in progress. And 1135 DON is done.
Got it. Was it homestead over 65?
It was, I'm not saying it was, let me do a roll history on it. And
Yeah.
It had, this had an adjustment in 2017. I don't see an adjustment. I don't see that it had it in 2018, 19, or 20. So I don't see what that exemption would be.
It was the previous one. It gets pulled when that penalty gets applied. It
already gets pulled. Okay. It was in 2017. So
was it regular homestead or homestead over 65?
It was homestead over 65 in 2017.
Okay, yeah, so I'm speaking broadly here to both the board and to you, Mr. Nasser. The home was rendered uninhabitable by Hurricane Harvey. It was somebody's homestead and they had been frozen, their bill had been frozen. If they were to immediately leave, then the new owner would start paying taxes on it with no benefits of any kind of exemptions. They don't get the previous owner's homestead. It would all be starting over from zero. But there is an exception written into the tax code in section 11135. It's a homestead continuance. The idea is we shouldn't break this guy's freeze or pull his homestead because it took him 2 years to rebuild his house. If he rebuilds his house, he should just get his homestead back. The problem is you have a 5-year window. It was previously 2, but we actually legislated to get it to 5. If it gets sold in that 5-year window before it's habitable again, then all the taxes that would have been assessed during those years, the taxing units are entitled to those. Because if that wasn't the case, then people would just be buying up homesteaded properties after a hurricane and sitting on it for 5 years. So there is that's part of how the 11135 continuance works, is we're gonna hold off, we're gonna hold your exemption, but if you don't actually put this back and live here and keep it your homestead, then the taxes get applied to this account. As far as like to the owner or to the new owner, property taxes are attributed as a lien against real property. So whoever buys it is buying the liability of those taxes. It's the same thing, any property works like that. You buy something that you owe back taxes, it's still your problem. It is not something that I would imagine the property owner foresaw coming. It can be kind of rough. That is part of the risk of buying distressed property, is weird stuff like this can happen. But it is a purely legal mechanism. There's nothing we can do about that. That's kind of you gotta write your state senator about that. Has nothing to do with because we're not disputing the value of the property. We both kind of agree the building, if it's going to get torn down, is worthless. The taxes that were assessed to this account, that's already happened. The liens perspective, the January 1st. So.
Okay.
We're just reducing the value by 10,000.
Maybe, yeah. So, Carl? Jason, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need that much time.
Thank you very much. What I'm doing right now is I've actually got 11135 up, and it is pretty interesting. I don't think that this statute assumed the sale during the period. You would think that the entitlement to recovery would go against the property, but I gotta say, with all due candor, I guess it's possible that it's a title company issue. I guess theoretically it could be that it's either a title company's on the hook because it passes with the property and wasn't caught, or you can't go and recover the benefit of a tax relief on a subsequent purchaser. I just, it's got to be one or the other. And when I look at the statute, I just don't see anything that would allow a prospective opportunity to levy a tax on what we call a bona fide purchaser for value.
Well,
it does say a tax. Sure.
Well, it's because section 3341 covers the suit to collect a delinquent tax. That's why you don't get a deed where the grantor is the previous property owner. At a tax sale, the grantor of the deed is the sheriff. They escheat the property. It's not actually sold. So the lien is just, this is money that's owed to the entities and it's attached to the land and the buildings, to the real property. The only real incentive for the current owner to do something about that is the fact that that property will be escheated and sold at tax sale, regardless of who owns it, unless that gets paid.
Yeah, no, I'm going to tell you, and panel, and just to clarify, I guess I didn't read it right the first time. Under 11135C, it does specifically address this issue. It says, if an owner receives an exemption under the circumstances described and sells the property before construction is complete, an additional tax is imposed on the property equal to blah, blah, blah. And then D says a tax lien attaches to property on the date. So I'm not really in the habit of sitting there and sitting myself down, but I'm just going to have to in this instance and say that statute does say that. So I'll just restrict my argument at this point to the request for $115,000 on the value of land and apologize for any waste of time having misread this provision incorrectly earlier. I've got nothing further.
All right, thank you. You've got 2 minutes to rebut, and
I have no rebuttal. My closing round as well.
then Jason, you got 1 minute to close then. If you have any final thoughts or saying.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, you have anything further?
Not really. Just I will use a little bit of time to say that this part of the tax code is obscure and it's a little complicated. If you want to call and talk to us about it, the people in our office are probably some of the most well-versed in that area of the tax code because of what we had to go through the last couple of years. We could probably do a teaching a class on that.
Okay, I think you are.
Yeah.
Is that it?
That's
That's
it.
it.
Okay, then I would take 10,000.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'll make a motion then for case ID 2021-38, account number 22847. Considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, or any others, 5 factors affecting market value, that we are going to lower the cost of, or the appraised value of this property from $125,080 down to $115,000, right, which accounts for removal of the improvements on the lot.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that case is closed. Next is 2021-39, account number 24900. Would you mind if we took a 5-minute break?
I would love it, actually.
Okay, let's do it.
3:05, sir?
5-minute break.
Yes, sir.
39.
30.
No, it's a bank, so it's probably a title insurance issue.
Yeah.
That's
So
a-
you did something we didn't.
No, it's not our, out of our purview. Title policy, disclose the tax issue, the tax. I'm assuming, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Not part of the, that's not part of the equation either. It's not part of the equation.
I'm confused enough to this.
Pull it off the screen. Oh, yes. Yeah, I agree.
But yes, we have a patient advocate, whatever we'll call it. They're not with. Yes, this is transcript. One that it was mostly. Let's see. And see how that's supposed to. They don't. Anybody else? Yes. So that so yeah.
Okay, boys and girls.
They have places for you to stay.
Who has a really nice apartment downtown in a high rise, right in the middle of the, right in the heart of the energy district.
There in the back.
So, yes, it can very well be.
That's good.
But that's.
It's not a friend with me.
Name it.
Serious. And go number. Okay, yeah.
When you get to that one, have Scott come get me, okay?
All right, our friends,
Just
our friends,
Jason,
Yes, sir.
okay. We're ready to do 2021-39. Account ID 24900.
Yes, sir.
You go first?
Would love to. Thank you. If the panel's ready.
Yes.
This property is 1896 Bayshore Drive. This is actually not mine personally, but my family's property, so I have quite a bit of knowledge about it. On January 1 of this year, I will tell you that my affidavit is, I'm going to be a little bit more simplistic than what my affidavit purports to be, but January 1 of this year, we were about 60% complete on refixing this property after the last hurricane. I'll tell you that we spent a great deal of time, money, and effort working on the property. And early on, we noticed that there was some foundation-related issues. And one of the things that we did was we came in and completely redid the entire bulkhead. So we completely, protected our property from the water by completely replacing the bulkhead, and came back in, backfilled our land, and got to work fixing up the property. And so January 1, we're 60% complete. And if you scroll down, you'll see, I don't know if you're on that report from Edwards Engineering Company. This report basically, and I'll tell you what it says in a nutshell, but as we were getting done, we started noticing some nice substantial cracks, and we started noticing that, marbles kind of wanted to roll to the northeast corner of the property. And come to find out, there is a sinkhole that's probably 9 feet wide and probably about 7-8 feet deep under the northeast bedroom. I think he describes it as a huge cavity. It's the second line on the second page of his report that actually just describes what it is. So we're kind of stuck. The hard part is, you can imagine, getting someone to come fix this. It's not really so much a foundation problem as it is everything under the foundation. Our greatest fear is that this is actually happening. The adjacent lot is a vacant lot that has never been built on. And I'm concerned that the damage is coming through that lot all the way over and sucking the water from underneath, pulling the earth out from under our property. Needless to say, there is a major repair issue associated with leveling back out the home and stabilizing the home. And I'm afraid that the cost associated with facilitating that completion would far exceed the value of the home. Now, with that said, I've gone through this elaborate opportunity to go in and value the land based on the median value of the equity comps, and then argue that the improvements aren't worth anything. And, it's really kind of hard to say that with this property, and I don't think it's really fair. And so what I think is probably the most appropriate, given that we don't have an answer yet and kind of consistent with the district's position in an earlier property that we just don't really know. I think that there's a chance we might be able to find a solution, and there's a chance we may not. But that may be an argument that we have to address more appropriately next year. But what I will ask is that the panel set the value at last year's value of $797,550, which the delta between the $944,500 that it's assessed at now is far less than just the cost to do the initial repair to refill the land. I don't want to do an analysis on the cost to repair. It doesn't make any sense. What I do want is an opportunity to try to determine if there's a solution that we can do that's going to be feasible. And we're still looking at those options. But no matter what the circumstances are, I think the nature and extent of the damage to the underlying earth to the foundation is far greater than the $153,000 delta that I'm asking for at this point. So I'm asking the district in equity to set the value at $797,550 with the hope that by this time next year, we have this property resolved and back to full market value. Thank you.
Okay. Ewing, you've got 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for presentation.
I don't want to get in trouble for anything, so I'm going to present our evidence. The property ID number is 24900, and last year's value was $797,550. This year it was noticed at $944,500. It was listed on January 1st. It was listed in our records as being 100% complete, but heavily depreciated from 1985. $666,000 of that is just the land value. That would include attributable value towards bulkheads and shoreline, water view, and all the rest of that stuff. Then there's a sales grid that showed a median value for based on sales in the area of $953,842. Again, that's assuming the property was 100% complete, but depreciated in 1985. And the equity grid shows other properties that are just in this area, very similar, small adjustments, net adjustments, indicated an equity value of $961,392, and sales ratio report is very large, and I believe this is Key Allegro, and we're at our weighted mean is 1.000, pretty great. And then I will also just say, we didn't have this house as being 60% complete. He's attested that it is 60% complete. And the problem with the lot, as the engineer said, it has a huge cavity. That thing doesn't even tell them how much it's going to cost to fix it. It actually is suggesting that they start digging to find out the extent of the problem and then start diagnosing what to do about it. It's a geoengineering project. It's a huge project. So it does get to a point where you could spend the whole value of the property just fixing this problem. And if it was a purely clinical, rational thing, you would just not do it. But the reality is, you still want a house on the Bay Shore. It would still be great. Hopefully there can be a solution. I think what he's suggesting is completely reasonable because the value of it is, it's going to cost more than $140,000 to fix it.
So going back to,
You can sell it. That's the thing, is somebody would buy this for nothing, and then they would also have to spend an exorbitant amount of money to fix it. It's not a completely rational calculation, because what it boils down to is somebody really wants to have a house on the Bay Shore, and that's nice once it's done. It has a huge problem right now, and I think that going back to last year's value is more than reasonable.
okay. But Jason, are you okay with that?
Absolutely, sir. Thank you, District.
Okay.
All right. So let me make a motion then on case ID 2021-39 account number 24,900, that considering incorrect appraised market value, appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, and 5 any other issues which have come up and have been shown in this case, that we are going to roll back the appraised value from $944,500 to last year's value of $797,550.
I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case closed. Next is 2021-125, account number 12132.
It's bottom of page 6.
Jason, you wish to go first?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'll kind of peruse through this one pretty quickly. The first page again is my affidavit. Second page is a wonderful picture of the condos and a general description of 620 South Fulton Beach Road with the history on the improvements. I'm aware that, in 2020, from 2018 through 2020, the reduced value was predicated on the severe damage that had it happened out there on the properties from the hurricane. This property was complete and in operation on 2021 January 1. They currently have set the value at $324,000. Although I'm correct in saying that the percentage change is 98%, I think we can all understand and appreciate that that was only because of the consideration of the district during the pendency of rebuild. If you scroll down, you'll see the sales comps that have been provided by the district. The district has got comp 1 and comp 2 on 405 and 103 Nassau. And then comp 3 is at 406 Nassau. I would tell you before I get into the discussion of my comps, those 3 comps are all in Key Allegro, all on the same road. And then, 620 Fulton Beach is not in Key Allegro. It's just across the bridge, obviously, just on the outside of Key Allegro, but there are some benefits associated with being in Key Allegro that we're all familiar with, just a distinction in neighborhood. So what I did is I pulled up a handful of comps. If you scroll through, you'll see kind of my little workup on their comps to show the deal. But if it's keep scrolling down, you'll see it'll say comp 1 top left, and it'll be highlighted in blue, which will show your we pulled off the district site, and it's for property ID 12161. Do you see that?
Yes.
So we pulled that property, which is at 620 South Fulton Beach. In comp 2, we pulled another unit from the same unit in apartment 105 on 620, which is PID 12103. And then we pulled a third comp, which is also from 620 South Fulton Beach, unit 703. And this last property I just referenced sold on June 4th of 2019 at a value of $161,800. And so we took the median of those 3 properties. I didn't do much in the form of adjustments on them because they're all in the same complex. They're all basically the same units or same type of units. I guess there could be some adjustments if one had a better view than the other, but they're all very comparable properties being in the same complex, same area. And so the median of those is $186,780. And I think the important thing to consider when we're trying to take a look at what's going on with these properties since the time of the hurricane is the transaction on this property on June 4th of 2019 of $161,800. Now, I will say in all fairness, I do not know that this property that transacted on June 4th of 2019, it is very possible that this property was not fixed. That's about the fairest I can be in taking a look at the very comps that I provided to you. Yeah, it transacted for 161,800, but it's possible that that's sold as a non-fixed, non-repaired property. So I want to make sure I make that representation to you and not to assume that these properties are all, in perfect working order. But based on that, I did have a problem with their 3 comps being in Key Allegro. I did choose 3 comparable properties that were located in the same premise as the subject property. My only fear is that I'm unaware of the conditions of the comps that I used. So I'm at 186,780.
You tell what the huge difference is between the two that were 161,800 and the other one was 187,780, and then you have another one at 329. So they're all in the same location. What is the big 200,000 or $100,000 difference? Properties. Size only.
Did you hear the question, Jason?
I'm so sorry, I did not. I apologize.
On your comps, you have 3 comps. One of them sold for 186,780, one of them's 329 and change, and the other one was 181 and change. Why is the middle one, comp 2, so much more than the other 2?
And that's what I was representing to the panel. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know if it is a consequence of the other 2 units still needing work, or if it is a consequence of the 329,000 having some particular amenity that the other 2 do not. And I was trying to be as straightforward as I could be, is to suggest I do have a problem with the district's comps for purposes of valuing the subject property, but at the same time, I'm having a difficult time with being able to determine true solid comparable properties to use. And the way the law normally reads is, hey, if there are not reasonable comparable properties that have been appropriately adjusted, then there's no basis by which to increase the value of the subject property. But I do believe that the subject property should be higher than its value because it was attributed to some damage to the property. So I didn't really know, that's kind of where I was. And I apologize for kind of being wishy-washy on it. I want to make sure that I'm always as straightforward as I can be, but yet not being ridiculous in my proposition. And to be perfectly honest with you, my number's low. It's too low.
All right, thank you for that. Aylin, you've got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for presentation.
Okay, then my cross-examination time of the 3 comps that were being discussed that were previous sales. We do not have the sale prices of them, and we don't know that they weren't submitted as part of either ours or their evidence. But the reason the market value for 2019 was so different is because they were 50%. They were still damaged. The one that was sold at that was listed at 324. That was 100% complete sold. So yeah, the other 2 are much lower because they were still damaged, unlivable. You had to fix everything on the outside and then move the inside done.
You mean the one at 329?
That one was 100% complete.
Yeah. Okay. That's the
What
one.
is the status of the one?
And those numbers, again, I'll point out, those numbers are our values for the year. Those aren't. I don't know what the sale price. The sale prices could have been above or below that.
And the one under consideration is lived in or totally?
It is complete. It's 100%. Yes. Okay, so for our evidence, property ID number 12132, is a condo in Allegro North. And it's 100% complete. Last year, it was noticed at 163,310 because the whole complex was being repaired. This year, it was noticed at 324,330. Following that is traveling where Allegro North is. The sales grid is showing sales of condos. None of the comps that we're using are in Allegro North. And I'm not sure if that's because none of them have sold or because we just don't have the sale prices. But the property owner agents have the same problem we were. That being said, we still have to figure out what these things are going to be worth if they get sold a week after we're done doing our work. The comps that were used are in Allegro. There are adjustments though that are being made towards the class of the properties, which includes some location value. The class of condos is unique to each condo complex. There's a lot of adjustments being made. The thing as far as the quality of the comps, I don't think you could do any better. I mean, unless there's something closer, we have to work with something. And these are pretty close, and they're not much worse. They're not much better. There are much nicer condos near here, and there's some condos that are worse. So I don't think that these are bad comps, but if you just want to look at it more broadly, each of these ones that sold on Nassau we got a 1,400 square foot. They're all 1,400 square feet. So 100 square feet bigger than the subject. And they sold for 340,000, 343,000, and 358,000. That is a trend that we're seeing not just in Key Allegro, but everywhere with the condos. Condos are doing well. The rental pool is doing extremely well, making them, desirable properties. People are buying them up as a place to be when they have to be quarantined and socially distant. Condos values have just done well in the last year. The median indicated value based on those sales after adjustments is 324,725, which is really, really tight. 2-hour number of 324, 330. And then the equity grid is whether or not this condo is equity. I think equity was checked, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Whether or not this condo is being treated the same as other ones that are like it, and the uniformity of these condos is pretty extreme. So the equity value is going to be exactly the market value, 324,330. There's no unique adjustments or any weird things going on with this condo. Just a matter of what is this condo worth? What are condos doing this year? And I'll just point out all the sales we have are north of the notice value for the subject property. The only ones that have been brought up, one, we don't even know what the sale number was. And two, they were damaged. I just think these condos will come out the other end of this thing better than they were when they started. Yeah.
From an equity point of view, do you have 105 on there?
What is 105? I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, it's from his package and it's
The account number,
the account number.
the middle one.
Okay.
Look at it. It's on your desk.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking.
What's the PID on it?
12103.
Yeah.
It's not.
Do you have that on your?
It is not
Grid?
submitted in our equity grid, but we can look it up. Want to look it up? Let's look up 12103.
Notice value is 329,620.
329,600.
Okay, that's consistent.
That's all.
That's it, okay. Jason, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 2 more minutes for protest or rebuttal if you need it.
Yes, sir. we thought when we went to law school, we were going to go out there and be our own boss, but we're nothing more than glorified waiters and waitresses providing a service to our clients and getting them exactly what they want. I don't have the ability to decide which ones sometimes to pull back on, but I would just say that the best way to describe it to the panel is I don't have any disagreement with the position that was taken by the district. I gave the best argument I could, and I think in this particular case, expressed the concerns I had with the comps, but if the circle's too small, sometimes you got to make it bigger. And I think that's what they tell us to do, and I think that's what the district did. So I've got nothing further.
Okay. Anything for you? No. Okay. Anything for closing, Jason?
No, sir. Thank you.
Anything for you?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I was just asking. No, I
Okay. So,
I mean, the equity grid is clear. This falls right into it, even his own. And leave it where it is. Yeah. I agree.
I mean, he is correct.
Yeah. And it's consistent with, 12103 is in the same complex.
the reason for the 100% jump or 98% jump is because it's now complete.
Yes, it's finished.
Okay. All right, so I'll make a motion on case ID 2021-125, account number 12132. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, or Q5 any other things that might affect the value, that we are going to leave the assessed value at its current dollar value of $324,330.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Case closed. 2021-129.
That one I believe was indicated to be affidavit. 2021-129 or Charles Nash. Oh,
No. I have 4 checked, but that wasn't one of them.
it's gonna be, I think, 2021-42, 105 Austin Street. Mr. Nasser, does that sound correct?
No, that's an LOC. The last, we have one more, which is 61156.
Which is 129.
And that one's not gonna be affidavit only?
The affidavit only is, 105 Austin Street and then 2524 Shell.
Okay. All right, I'm tracking. That makes sense. So 129.
Yeah.
Have you found it?
Top of page 8.
Top of page 8.
Be the 3 o'clock docket. Can I go back?
Another one. Keep going back.
And it reloads. You're lucky. 3 docket. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3. There it is.
Okay, Jason, you want to go first?
Yes, thank you very much. And I'll keep this kind of short. This property is located at 2601 Shell Ridge Road. Cute little property. It is 1,519 square feet. The district has it valued at $271.24 a foot. If you scroll down, I'll kind of show you what these things look like. You'll get to the first comp, and And basically all I did is used a spreadsheet and just kind of reiterated exactly what the district had on their information. The first comp that the district used at 1623 Water Street was a good comp, kind of fit with all of the appropriate parameters, and ultimately the adjustment was a 10% adjustment to that property in deriving a comparable property. Their comp number two, 1571 North Fulton Beach Road, ultimately they did about a 32% adjustment, and I'll go over them more specifically in a second. And their last comp number three, is at 1581 North Fulton Beach Road. There they did a 36% adjustment. If you would, scroll down, and I'll skip you can just see the actual comps themselves, and you'll get to another sheet that I worked on where the top left-hand corner says parameters. It's towards the bottom. It's probably third or fourth page from the end, but let me know when you find that.
We got it.
Okay, so if you take a look at the parameters, you got this 25% allocation, and the USPAPS reflects what properties are appropriately considered as a comparable property to be adjusted. I went to a great class not too long ago where an interesting fellow said, look, you cannot take a gorilla, shave it down and put lipstick on it and call it a human. No matter how much you adjust it, it's just never going to get there. And so you're talking about in the nature of looking at comparable properties, you have to pick somewhat comparable properties and then adjust them. If you can't get there, you can't get there. And so kind of the extreme is 25% on any particular variable. Those parameters are the ones that the district uses: neighborhood, land value, unit price, percent good, living area, year built, the market levelers associated with the area, and then a total adjustment of 25%. So I use the extreme. Right below it, district's evidence, you see the three comps. The first comp I told you was good. All of the parameters fell within the permissible and appropriate markers for a valid comp. The second comp, you have a negative 36% adjustment for land, which ended up skewing the availability for that comparable property. And then on comp three, you have a negative 28% on unit price, which generated a substantial change in the total adjustment for a 36%. If you look down in that box, I make a couple other notes. In their comp number two, it's 60% larger than the subject property. And comp number three is 260% larger than the subject property. To me, these just don't derive a really true sense of a comparable property that would be adjusted ultimately to determine market value for our property. And so the way it kind of lays out is you got a couple of choices, at least in my opinion, not to tell you what you should or shouldn't do. One, the law says, hey, if you don't have a number of comparable properties that are reasonable in their deviation, then you can't change the value. Alternatively, they did have one good comp, and it was a perfect comp number one. And if you used the methodology, or if you used the analysis from comp one and you applied it, you get a value of $389,483. So I would suggest there are two values to be considered. One, apply the one comp, which is $256.41 a foot. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll see the kind of the breakdown. That 256.41 is actually that one comp, and you get 389,483. The other is, hey, the law says you can't change the value if you don't have a reasonable number of comparable properties. And so last year's value was 401,320. And I provided for you 4143. That actually is the law that would direct your attention to the responsibility on the comparable properties. And I would say at this point, I'm going to advocate for just a no change in value of 401,320 as the number, primarily because it's, I don't think it's proper for me to advocate that one comp should be used and then say that that's not enough for them to be able to use it either. So I'm at $401,320. Thank you.
All right, my name is Michael Soto. Do solemnly swear from the testimony shall present to the appraisal of board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Please, to keep things straight, please write on the top of that that this is your swearing in for account number 61156.
I will sign the document and swear in for the aforementioned property ID that you said, Chairman.
Thank you.
So just for a question to clarify, Jason, can you give us the section of the code of the, I think you quoted a use PAP standard, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, can you give us a section of the code of the use PAP standard so we can look it up?
You bet. Hang on 1 second. I'll get the book. Go get me the book.
So just for the record, that wasn't presented in his evidence. He just testament.
No problem. Under chapter 41, they're entitled to take judicial notice of anything that should be able to take notice of.
Chapter 41 is the section of the Texas Property Tax Code. What you quoted before was the section of the use PAP standard, and I'd like to know what section you're quoting.
Just to be clear, I appreciate that. Under 41, the panel can take judicial notice of certain things, particularly the law. When I reference use PAP, that is a law, or at least a guiding principle by which they can take judicial notice of. Thank you. The property tax code is very specific on what they can take notice.
Super great that you know that, Jason, and that is correct. They can take any precedent on law. I'm just asking for the reference. I'm just asking for the section of that use PAP standard that you referenced so that I can look it up.
I'm getting it.
Yeah, that's not a problem because there are two specific things. And I want to know if you're referencing the section that deals specifically with fee appraisal or.
It's okay. I'm getting it. I'm getting it for you.
Am I in my cross time?
Yes.
Just so you know, here's the book. Let's make sure we're talking from the same hymnal here, right?
I think so. I think he wants to be seen. He's showing us the book.
Just want to make sure you don't have any problem with the book I'm fixing to open up.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good.
For the record, we're not that far apart. We got 417. He's asking for 401. So I don't know why we're running through all this, but that's okay. I just don't want us to be confused in the future for some reason. I haven't even presented my evidence, but you just need to know in the grand scheme of things, what he's asking for and where we're at are not very far apart. And I'll cut to the chase. Our sales comparison grid shows 411 and our equity grid shows 413. So y'all can decide and he can kind of look that up as we're deciding, but I'd be glad to jump into the evidence package to show you that those numbers. I know that there's probably a little bit of time on that, cross, but he's still looking that up, and that's okay. I just don't want either us or the panel to be confused about the standard that he quoted in future references. This is the comp sales grid for the subject property. We can just pull this up. We can talk about all the sales and how comparable they are or not comparable they are in just a moment. But even in our comparability grid, we're at 411. So we don't, the subject is 412, is that right? Yes. 412, we're at 411. On this other one, on the equity grid, reported value is 413. He's asking for 401, we're at 412. I'm showing 411 now on one grid. I mean, it's no better than 411. So, you know, we're talking about $10,000 on a $400,000 property. Y'all get to decide. I don't have anything else, Jason, other than I would like that standard, you know, that you quoted. But other than that, I mean, I'm good. I mean, we're not that far apart.
And I didn't think we were, but now I want to find it. It seems we got challenged pretty heavily by you, and it's in here.
Well, I mean,
I didn't think I would ever be challenged on something that was pretty much a known factor. And it seems like you may know it already. You might help me out. I'm gonna find it because I didn't appreciate it.
yeah, it's good. It's FIREA. I mean, FIREA is, you know, that founding organization, but you don't just get to say something and not.
I'm gonna find it just so you don't think I did. Okay, I made a representation and it was based on what it said.
Okay.
Now, if I thought I was going to be challenged and have my integrity questioned like you just did, I would have taken the time to make sure I specifically noted it.
I didn't
So I'm
have.
going to find it, and that way we can resolve that issue for you.
Thank you, Jason. You didn't have. Well, first of all, you didn't have your integrity question. I just asked for the reference.
Well, then you started questioning me on the nature of taking judicial notice. I mean, you were pretty combative right out of the chute instead of just working with us. You had a really good time working before you walked in the door.
Look it up, please. You're giving me an edit.
I've presented my evidence. I don't have anything further. Our best evidence shows 411. Subject property owner's agent has indicated 401 and change, I believe.
You helping me look? I've got someone helping me look. Is it my turn, panel? I'm sorry.
We got 40 seconds left in Mike's presentation.
I don't have anything else in my presentation.
Okay. So you've got in 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for protest or rebuttal.
Great, thank you. Is it Mike?
It's Mike.
Hey, Mike. I tell you what, you know, in your position and what you do there for the district, what is the acceptable parameters by which you judge a comparable property? Is there a range in which it's deemed to be an available and approved property for comparison?
We do the best that we can with the information available. For an equity grid, it's a little bit easier than a sales grid because, as you know, that's based on the market and how far that would go out, meaning that, as you know, with the sales comp, if you had something that was identical to the subject property, that would be your best comp. And then it would be as of the certain date of the sub, you know, compared to the subject property. As far as, you know, going back in time or how far those adjustments are, we do the best we can with the sales information for the locale. In this specific area, it's Shell Ridge Road. It's a little bit further south. I guess we could have used stuff in South Rock rather than just in Shell Ridge Road, but we were trying to stay in the subject.
It was a simple question.
We were trying to stay in the subject property owners immediate market area. So
thank you.
Yes, sir.
I would ask for a little bit more time since he obviously is intentionally trying to drag the time out. I just had a couple of questions, but I didn't mean for that one to take a minute. And I would tell you in your learned experience, did you ever take a class or ultimately receive any education on the property parameters that you would consider in a comparable property to use it in valuing something, say on a sales approach?
I think, yeah, we have taken USCAP courses for sure. All of the appraisers have taken USCAP courses for sure. As far as the actual parameters that have been set forth, I don't think we have any controls other than we use the best available comps.
Yeah, and it provides it provides for your range. You understand that you can't take a castle and compare it to an apartment, right?
Yeah, that's a really good point, Jason. And because the actual adjustment would be large and gross, and then it would not be comparable. That's a really good point.
Yeah. Well.
So yes, I understand the concept.
right now it's in chapter 20. I'm just trying to pull it up specifically for you because it's very specific, and I will advocate this to the panel as a general approach. You can't just take properties and do your best. I understand that the district would rather use a particular method, but you have three: sales comps, equity. Well, you can go with a sales comp, or you can look at an equity grid. Obviously, you have chapter 1, Article 1, Section 8 of the Texas Constitution. And the sales comp method, which is what we challenge, it, they have the responsibility to provide that evidence. I didn't make the law.
The burden of proof lies with the district. Yeah, most definitely. And if the ARB doesn't think that we've met that burden, then you're to side with the property owner. That is correct. He is correct. Jason, you are correct.
Yeah, and I was just simply saying, under the circumstances, we have two comps that skewed at 36% and 32%, with one of your comps having a living area 260% larger than the subject property. 260% larger than the subject property, kind of a castle versus an apartment.
Well, that's not quite the illustration, but.
Well, I mean, 260%, 4,000 versus 8,900 square feet. Those are two substantially different properties.
Well, they're different. They're not substantially different.
Okay, you know what? I tell you what. I mean, it's just not something that it should be that combative. It's a commonsensical thing, and I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to the work you did. I'm just simply showing you had a problem with your two comps, and you know dang good and well that it's in the book, and it provides that there are comps that are valuable and reasonable for use because they are within a range to be adjusted, and then if you take a comp that has to adjust too greatly, it's not a good comp. That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah, I generally agree with that statement.
Okay, and I use 25%, a quarter, as a range that was provided, and I will find it, I promise you, even if I have to send it to you by FedEx, as the range, and that's what you attacked me on.
I didn't attack you. I asked.
Yes, you did.
Time's up.
Hey, no, I have a closing statement. In my closing statement, what I would like to say is I asked for the section of the use path standard that he quoted. That's all I asked for. And to date, in this public meeting, I have not received it. It's fine. It's not a problem. We're not that far apart. We're here to talk about value. We're at 411. The burden of proof lies with the district. You should rule with the property owner's agent because according to what he said, we have not proved that burden, but we're not that far apart. So you get to decide.
All right. Who's that plan?
I guess then, Jason, you have one more minute for closing.
Nothing further. I think I far abused my time. Thank you.
I do know it's very hard to make this competition show. 611. That's three properties. So that is what these comps aren't necessarily great comps. Having said that, it is what it is. It's one of the comps. I would either go with 411 or split the difference of 406.
I'm at your 401.
I'm at 411. I'm at the equity grid. It does. Equity grid's not at question here. It's 411 and change. So
I'm at 401.
401. I could split the difference too.
How about we go with 406? What's the difference?
All right.
Hey, let me just remind you guys, Robert, you said that the equity grid's not in question, but just as a reminder, it is checked.
It is.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we got that on record.
But the property owner agent is not questioning
The equity.
the equity.
Right. I hear you.
Comparable.
There has to be some value from last year to this year. So
Okay.
somewhere in between. So I'm happy with you.
Okay, 406.
Well,
All right. So I'm going to make a motion on case ID 2021-129, count 61156. When considering incorrect appraised market value or appraisal ratio exceeding median level of appraisal or any other factors affecting the value, that we lower the current value from $412,020 to $406,000.
Say that again, please.
406.
Even. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Jason, you get that?
Yes, sir, I did. Thank you very much.
All right. I'd like to see that reference when you find it. Would you send it over to us here?
Absolutely. I can tell you, I'm all over it right now. I wasn't expecting it. It's in, I'm under quantitative adjustments under chapter 9 of the comparative analysis. And so it's, there's actually a little chart. And if I can just put my eyes on the chart, I'll send it to you, but I'm representing to you. It's in chapter 19.
You can send it to the appraisal district. It'll get to me.
Absolutely. I promise you, I will do it here in just a minute.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And I think that's the last one we have.
Yes, it is.
And I want to thank the panel and district. Thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it. It was enjoyable.
Okay, Jason. Thank you.
Take care.
Right.
Bye-bye.
All right. Hey, Eamon, I'm leaving this thing on, right? I'm not doing anything with Zoom, right? Just leave it doing its thing.
Unless you want to read some of the affidavit.
We have 4 affidavits.
4 affidavits.
Yeah. Okay, I'm having to remember how to do this. Just tell me what PID is next.
17766. 2021-37.
Okie dokie. You're ready.
You may be ready, but yeah.
Okay. 17766.
Yeah, we have to go through the drill again.
Yes, sir.
Of,
And what is the case number? I'm sorry. 2021-37.
wait a minute.
37. Fire.
Write the 4 numbers in here.
No,
No,
they're attached.
they're attached.
Yeah, I separated the list.
Oh, you did. So you have a separate list for this one? We just finished?
Yes, I just split that one
Five.
up. This is just the affidavit. The one y'all signed before was the one y'all actually.
Oh, keto. We're gonna do 4 more as a group. And therefore, we need to swear in again. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4160F. And this applies to account number 1766, 17766, 27939, 27943, 62742.
Oh, I'm gonna leave, so you should have to.
You know, Lee?
Okay.
You're breaking my heart. Yeah, we have to.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
You know, there's someone coming.
Yeah, looks like it might be a long.
Okay, so is our paperwork in order now?
It's just on.
It's, the person's actually under 130.
Eamon, you need to swear in
Well,
for the same 4 accounts.
No, they're on.
no, I was gonna say. If she's okay with you.
Whatever you want to do.
That was good. Less things, more things. All right, I'll swear in real quick. I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear referring to testimony shall protect the appraisal review board for the appraisal district is true
For accounts.
for accounts 17766.
27939,
27939,
27943,
27943,
62742.
and 62742.
Thank you.
This is across 2 different dockets, right?
Yes, it is.
whichever one y'all would like to do first.
Okay, so we're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-37, account 17766. This is affidavit only. So, Amy?
Okay, this is the affidavit, Jason Nash, Travis County, state of Texas. Says before, let me make sure, okay, yeah. Before me, the undersigned notary public personally appeared Jason Nasser, who is duly sworn, those deposed and said, my name is Jason Nasser, I'm over the age of 18 years and am always qualified to make this affidavit. Statements contained herein are within my personal knowledge and true and correct. And I'm an attorney licensed in the state of Texas. I am the appointed attorney and agent for all of the properties listed in the attached affidavit. I intend to appear at a formal protest hearing for each property that I am the agent attorney for and request the county appraisal district schedule a hearing for each. However, based upon the new practices and procedures of the county appraisal district, I'm not sure that appearing in every scheduled hearing will be possible despite my client's entitlement to choose counsel for representation. If I am unable to appear in any of the scheduled formal hearings, either for personal reasons or because of the practices or procedures of the county appraisal district that make my appearance impossible, it is requested that the county appraisal district accept the affidavits and evidence for any such properties which have been uploaded into the county appraisal district portal and or submitted via email as our evidence at this hearing, the same as if I were present. We ask that the ARB set each property for a formal hearing and schedule the same reasonably and fairly so that each property can be represented and have an opportunity to be heard, with counsel of their choosing. Further, if he and say not. Signed May 11th, 2021 by Jason Nassar. All right. What else? Again, let me make sure I'm not reading the same document. Okay. So this is for we're doing property ID 17766.
Correct.
Okay. Just make sure we lump them all together. So the address is 1114 East Market Street. Market value $293,507. My name is Jason Nasser. I'm an attorney licensed by the Supreme Court of Texas. I have practiced and remained in good standing in the state since 1997. I'm hired by the owner of the following property and assigned by ACAD as the agent of the same property to protest the value assigned by ACAD to the property. A protest of the value of the property was timely filed on the basis of protest is based on the following. 1, excessive appraisal. Assessed values over market value pursuant to section 414181, the Texas Property Tax Code. 2, unequal appraisal, 4141A2 of the Texas Property Tax Code exceeds fair cash market value, Article 8, Section 20 of the Texas Constitution, and requested relief in equity. The property owner or agent thereof intends to appear at the hearing in person. His affidavit may only be used as independently as evidence if the property owner or the designated agent does not appear in person. It is the intent of the property owner to appear for this hearing and objects to the submission of this affidavit as evidence if the ability to appear in person is due to a scheduling conflict created by the district or by the ARB. All right. Then there's an aerial photo. I think this is Google imagery of 1114 East Market Street, which is on the corner of Market and Water Street. It's in South Rockport. It appears to be vacant land. Right. Subject property details. Same property ID number, value, and address. Price per square foot is $18.75. The land's listed in acreage, but it's 15,657 square feet. So the CAD map and the FEMA map. I'm not sure what the FEMA map is indicating. I don't know what that yellow blob is. But this is where the subject property is. You know, that's a plaque. It might be some sort of flood thing. It might be wind. Wind, I don't know, like elevation. Here's the property's value history. So this is real easy. It's $293,570 in 2021. It's $293,570 in 2007. The opinion of value $293,570.
So what's the issue? Why are we wasting our time?
I have to present this stuff.
Sorry,
that appears to
started looking around.
that appears to conclude their evidence. All right. Okay, so in my, I still get time for cross and rebuttal and that kind of thing. There's no evidentiary burden for the property owner. When they protest, it's incumbent on the district to prove to a certain standard that we've met the standards of market equity, whatever is being protested. Their valuation, their opinion doesn't have to be. They don't have to have an opinion about it. We just have to prove that our value meets the legal standards. I'll also point out that, just for clarity, just in case, the constitutional standard of taxable property and the definition constitutionally the ad valorem taxation is not within the jurisdiction of an appraisal review board. It's not something you can protest. This isn't Supreme Court. Okay, and this is our evidence. And because our values are not much different, that's not all I care about. I'll go through this fairly quickly. This is a piece of land, and here are our stakes. So this is a vacant land on Water Street, and this is also vacant land on Water Street, more vacant land on Water Street, and vacant land in South Boston. The price per square foot indicated by the sales is, where is it?
301,424.
Yeah, the price, the weighted price per square foot. Basically, stuff in South Rockport is selling for $19.25. We've got one that sold for the, is this the indicated sale per square foot, right?
It's the average sell.
This one.
Yeah.
Right.
Right,
Yeah,
but it's
so you
gonna
got
change.
18, this is 11, go up to that. What else we got? 24 and 22.59. So what's the land going for? About $19.25 in South Rockport, giving us an indicated value saying, hey, our number should be 301. We expect it to sell for that. We are below that. So we do not exceed that value, and the likelihood of that is extremely low, of us exceeding it. The equity grid is other properties that aren't necessarily sales, but it does show down here, appraisers actually listed the price per square foot of what we have put on other land to see if it's being appraised inequitably in excess of other properties. 23.14 a foot, 22.75 a foot, both also on Water Street. This one has a Market Street address, but it is on Water Street. Let's keep going, the rest of it. And $20 a foot. So this one's saying it should be $293,570. It's on a land table. So there's nothing inequitable going on. There's no special adjustments, and we are shown to be below market based on sales.
So the difference in equity cost per square foot is due to the size, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Economy of scale.
Do you have anything else?
No, that's everything.
Stay the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll make a motion. On case ID 2021-37, account number 17766. When considering both appraise or market value and equity in Q2 and Q5, any other factors that would affect the price of the property. I move that we keep the appraised value at $293,270.
Second.
You second? Okay.
All
in
right.
favor?
Oh, I second. I'm sorry, I thought you were saying you seconded.
No, I can't.
You can't.
No.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Moving on, the hearing is closed. Moving on to open the hearing on case ID 2021-40, account 27939.
Full steam ahead. You need the,
Go ahead.
I gotta read that thing again.
I don't think that this should be attached. This is the letter that went with
Every
everyone.
one of them.
So we can go.
That's why there's so much
to
data repeated on page.
Right here.
I would even go up, no, or go further back.
This
Like,
way?
Yeah, I think go up, yeah, because see, this is the affidavit
Yeah.
for this property.
Fair enough.
The other one's just like an email header for all the affidavits. All right, are we ready for me to present evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Says affidavit, my name is Jason Nasser. I'm an attorney licensed by the state Supreme Court of Texas. I've practiced and remained in good standing with the state since 1997. I've been hired by the owner of the following property and assigned by Aransas CAD, the agent of the property, to protest the value assigned by Aransas CAD to the property. The protest to the value of the property was then filed. The basis of the protest was based on the following: excessive appraisal, assessed values over the market value pursuant to section 4141A1 of the Texas Property Tax Code. 2, unequal appraisal, 4141A2 of the Texas Property Tax Code. 3, exceeds fair cash market value, Article 8, Section 20 of the Texas Constitution. And 4, requesting relief in equity. Property owner or agent thereof intends to appear at the hearing in person. This affidavit may only be used independently as evidence if the property owner or the designated agent does not appear in person. Property profile, property ID 27939. The address is 2521 Bay Vista. Market value is $297,610. It's 1524 square feet. That gives a price per square foot of $195.28. The house, and it was built in 1995. The lot is 12,000 square feet. This is the house. 2-story thing, concrete under. The value shows the percentage of change year over year. You just look at the appraised values here. We got in 2016, it was 242, 235, got a little depreciation, 160, and 230, 289, 297. There's your hurricane. So it shows 2017 down 3%. That's depreciation. 31%. That's a hurricane. 43% is hurricane repairs. 25% hurricane repairs. 3% is a market adjustment. The equity grid is a copy of the equity grid that the district supplied the property owner's agent. And I'm looking for anything unique to this version. Our equity value is highlighted, $296,637, and our market value for the subject is $297,610, less than $1,000 different, like way within the margin of error. So I don't know what that's. Oh, thank you. This is here. The comparable properties provided by the district equity grid show the value of $296,637. Okay, thanks. This shows parameters and it shows different attributes of property. There's 25% under each one. Total adjustments 25%. I think that means like the maximum total. And then the district evidence portion shows our comps. And there's adjustments being made. The adjusted value is price per square foot. His median is 195.70. 195.70, I'm sure he's going to total it for us. 296,637. Oh, because he's defaulting to the equity meter. Probably because it's less. There's nothing listed under median value for the other one. Owner opinion of value is that number, 296,637. District is at 297,610. A difference of $973. Okay, is there more on the last page?
Just a
Just
signature. Yeah.
All right, great.
Mark it down to the equity.
I will use my little bit of my time to say that this is a mathematical process that involves a certain level of margin of error. It will always make it seem like the most expensive thing in the neighborhood is slightly overappraised, and the least expensive thing is slightly underappraised. We'll always do that. And we're talking about to an itty bitty degree. $1,000, less than $1,000 is as close to, I mean, it's like which side of the bullseye are you?
1/3
It's right there. Our margin of error for stuff is typically, and depending on what we're working with, data-wise is 5 to 12%.
You're right, except that we have been consistent in.
Sure, and making those
down to
adjustments.
the
Right.
median value.
Right. And that is true. The law is totally ignores any kind of margin of error. It just says exceeds.
Right.
Exceeds. So it could be to a fraction of a penny, and it would still exceed. So, let's see.
Right.
So we'll print our evidence summary real quick. Property ID numbers already been given. It's 27939. It's a house. I'll also point out dividing total property value by the square footage of living area is a terrible idea. Give you all kinds of wacky results. So, this is our sales comps. They are all in the same neighborhood, Drive Park, Shell Ridge Road. We have a median of 298,244. And real quick, let's look at the net adjustment. That one's 26,000. And this one's 5,000, that's 7,000. Very small adjustments necessary to make them just like the subject. And it says 298, 244. That's what it should be. So we are not in excess of the market value. And then the equity grid is showing you stuff in this area. That the thing is, we need a 4x. We want a real similar house, so we don't end up with crazy net adjustments. Go to the next one. And this one is showing dry. It's a 4x. It also has it has larger net adjustments, probably because of land. Yeah. Anyways, it puts us at 296, 637. That's what property owners are asking for. I think the rest is just the sales report. Right. That's it.
296, 630. Yeah. Take the median.
Okay. So I make a motion on case ID 2021-40, count number 27939, when considering incorrect appraised market value or appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, or any other factors that might affect the appraised value of the property, that we lower the appraised value from $297,610 to $296,630. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're going to case 41. If I can find it.
3 o'clock. Problem.
What's the PID on that one, guys?
Okay, help me out. What page is it on?
27.
It's on page 7.
Count number is 27943.
Thank you. Appreciate it. This is land again. And we are ready to go.
This is only 3 of us.
Yeah, it'll be okay.
I like that
Take a breather.
I like that he kind of buries the lead with the
Man, this, I mean,
where you're just like, what's it gonna be? It's gonna be it's like playing Easter egg, huh? I like it.
he's doing a good job.
295. What is it? What's it mean? What's it come out to be? Yeah, I'm gonna email this guy later because he said something earlier. Have you talked to this dude on the phone?
Nah.
He was like, he said, well, you go to law school, and learn law, and you become a glorified waiter.
Yeah.
You just gotta do whatever they tell you to do. I was like, dude, go get yourself up, man. You're doing
Every,
fine. It's like, don't get so disgruntled. Like, he knows so much about this stuff.
I know.
He's doing great. Take such a negative view of it, man. There are people who do it that way, who are just like, hey, whatever you told me to say, I was going there and say, it, you know. And he's not that guy.
I'm really interested to see what he's gonna say on this, it's waterfronts.
Oh, yeah, two companies.
It's be fun to see what he says.
It's so funny because the comp plan is so whack, because who sells their waterfront use?
Without selling their
I
house.
know, it's like whenever you price out like one of those, like the kind of car part that you can only get at like a pull part, you know,
Yeah.
like a little, the little hooks that you hang clothes on in the back seat. And it's just like, what do you think that's worth, you know? It's like, I don't know, $2, $20?
His opinion of that is ours.
Dang it, why'd you tell me
That's
that?
what we're going again.
Okay.
What?
Just to let you know, that's where we're headed.
Well, that's just back.
Hey, Charlie. His, this guy's cover letter for his affidavit, like, it's well thought out, man.
I know.
It's super, anyway.
You should have been in here. And said what
Where,
he was like,
where the, right?
he's genuinely
Yeah.
It was
He was
on
just-
Fulton Beach Road, where he said, "Well,
Yeah. It's crazy.
and so we listened to it, basically it was a lot.
I can understand what you're saying. You can feel work growing and you're like, I want to work hard to be good at what I do and do a good job. And you end up at the end of the day making the same money and get the same results.
Yeah.
Bozo
The
goes in
issue-
here and stacks a clown that everybody likes.
Okay, two more left.
Two more, 27943.
279.
We're actually live going through it, so.
Huh?
Okay,
We're in the middle of it right now. I just left this going.
okay. Affidavit reads, my name is Jason Nasser. I'm an attorney listed by the Supreme Court of Texas. I've been hired by the owner of the following property and assigned by Aransas CAD, the agent of the same property, to protest the value assigned by Aransas CAD to the property. The protest of the value of the property is timely filed, and the basis of the protest is based on the following. One, excessive appraisal. Assessed value is over the market value pursuant to section 4141A1 of the Texas Property Tax Code. Two, unequal appraisal 4141A2 of the Texas Property Tax Code. Three, exceeds fair cash market value, Article 8, Section 20 of the Texas Constitution. And four, requested relief in equity. Property owner or agent thereof intends to appear at the hearing in person. This affidavit may only be used independently as evidence if the property owner or the designated agent does not appear in person. Property profiles 27943, 2524 Shell Ridge Road, has a market value of $6,150. $5 per square foot is 1,1200 square feet in total. It's land. It's just the waterfront east, or what we call waterfront east. It's just the little portion of beach past the road facing Aransas Bay. It does not, this parcel does not include a house or buildable land beyond the road, or anything like that. It's been 6150 for at least 5 years. No change. Their opinion of value is no change. That's the property owner's evidence. Our evidence. Is 27943 is listed. Yeah, 6150 is what they were noticed at. There it is. Go back up real quick. We'll just take a peek at it. That's the, this is San Fiddler Road. It's just that. At some point, someone sold it off, but away from their house. Maybe it's shared. Not sure. All right. And then there's land, Shell Ridge Drive, South Rockport. So we've got this one sold for 82,000. This one sold for 207,000. Keep going. And then 309 and 378. That's way more than the subject because they probably have homes on them. But these properties do have a waterfront. So the way you get the value of this is by abstracting it out. Keep everything out that's not the waterfront east. And what do you have left? It's called the contributory value of the waterfront of this land left over, giving us a median of about 30 grand. That's to say, we could probably have about $30,000 on this and we'd be okay. If somebody was to buy it for $6,000, they would be having a party and be doing it. That's access to the bay for $6,000. I would.
I'm assuming that it was originally deeded that way as two separate pieces of property at some point, still put them together.
Usually, my experience, is usually the other way around.
Because you can't build.
No.
You can't build.
You could build a dock or something, but that's not it. You couldn't live on it. But typically it's the other way around. It's that somebody broke it off because they don't care about the waterfront, and so they don't want to pay for it and maintain it, and someone else wants to buy it. Or they want to split it with like 5 of the neighbors and sell it into an LLC or something with like 6 people, and everybody gets a little bit of the beach. You know? That tends to happen. But either way, $6,000 market value, indicated 29,000. Equity wise, this is not the only piece of waterfront east that's an independent parcel, and they're all on the same land table. There's a waterfront east attribute, so they're all exactly the same. And that's it. That's our evidence.
Okay.
So you reason to change that?
No.
Okay, so I'll make a motion on case ID 2021-41, account number 27943. When considering incorrect appraised market value or appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, or other factors that might affect the value of the property, that we maintain the current appraised value of $6,150. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case is closed. Open hearing on 2021-42, account 62742. Whenever you're ready.
All right.
All right, affidavit.
Hold on, this one looks different. So it starts right here. Okay.
Before me, the undersigned notary public personally appeared Jason Nasser, who being duly sworn on his oath, opposed and said, "My name is Jason Nasser. I've only been 18 years and always qualified to make this affidavit. Statements contained herein are within my personal knowledge and true and correct. I am an attorney licensed in the state of Texas. I have reviewed documentation of the real estate parcel known as 105 South Austin Street, which is listed by the County Appraisal District as PID 62742. The County Appraisal District lists the value of this parcel as being $622,830. My opinion is the value of this parcel is $604,145. The further, if he saith not, signed this 24th day of May 2020.
That's it.
That's it.
Nice.
It's very different from the others. All right.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. And
All right. This is 62742, commercial property in downtown Rockport. Picto, which one it is? That's not. Is it? Is this one right? Is it 6? That's not it.
that's not it. This
That's
is
not it.
62742. You want to see it?
It's yeah. Pull it up on Picto.
So that is.
Well, the only reason we put that Picto in there is so we can show you guys. We can show you anything in Picto. Put that one photo in there. We can motor around and change the date and change the angle and stuff. It's just basically a way of foot in the door.
Okay.
Same way our property card lets us look at packs. This lets us look at our Picto. So this is Austin Street. This is what used to be Comforts of Home. And there is a tiny little shop right here that's cut out of it. It's not part of this parcel. It's just what used to be Comforts of Home. And yeah, there you go. That's it. Across the street from what Blood Coins Cafe will soon be our district.
Sorry. What are we doing? Okay.
Screen going on down there. All right. So
There we go.
this is also the wrong thing. Did PAX give me the whole wrong evidence packet?
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Is
Okay.
did you look in the just pull up the evidence directly in PAX?
I did.
That's the evidence that's in the file in the facts.
I think, let's make sure. I'll do it again, just in case. I have
It's not like
something.
an image or anything.
It's all 17687.
Haven't got it yet.
Okay. Well, hey, blessing in disguise. Okay, so we have not met our standard to prove that our value is correct, so you have to go inside the property owner, which is 604, and I think that's fine. So
I can bring his number back up if y'all need to see it.
I wrote it,
You wrote it down?
140.
145.
Well, you can't, they can't do
Oh, okay. You, $10.
604.
this is a really land on your feet situation. Great. I could have taken longer.
Okay. I move on case ID 2021-42, account number 62742. When considering incorrect appraised market value.
You got, it's because the district didn't meet the requirements.
Okay.
We don't know what the,
Okay. So on this property, in this case, the district did not show or show that they could support incorrect appraised market value or appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal. Therefore, we are going to lower the property value from $622,830 down to the opinion of value from the protester of $604,140.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right, so Charlie, is there anything else we're gonna talk about? Or can I end?
No, motion to adjourn,
I move to adjourn this meeting.
all in favor?
Aye.